Welcome to the second day of our December board meeting. Thank you to the board members for being so timely. I think that everyone is eager to continue the discussion since you were here so early. Thank you for that. We still have a very substantial discussion ahead of us today on experts in the morning, on the project of the use of the work of experts. And in the afternoon, we will go to the work of workstream 2 and ethics standards for sustainability reporting. This is our agenda for today, trying to finalize the discussions and get ready for the Thursday's approval of the three parts of this project. Very specifically this morning, we will address experts. I will just remind you, and Laurie will do it, but how this project was born a little bit later than sustainability, so they had to do an additional effort to meet the deadline. Also because this started without previous preparations and preparatory discussions from the board. So I'm really grateful to this group, which worked at an incredible pace and with very, very significant quality to provide us with what I consider to be a very substantial and which is going to be a very important part of this big project. As we know, it's not only related with sustainability, it's the use of the work of experts for everything, something that had been requested a long time ago, but that will become for sure very, very important with the sustainability reporting and assurance practice, where the use of experts will foreseeably be much more relevant and significant than it was in the past. So, Laurie, thank you very much for your leadership of this project, and I'll pass it to you.
Great. Thank you, Gabriella. Thanks a lot. And yes, Gabriella is right. We just to go back a little, which it's the time flies, but we started this project about 22 months ago, which in the lives of standard setters is a reasonably short amount of time. You know, obviously, like all standards, go through the process of task force team meetings, drafting, going back to your original premise, redrafting. And you know that lately we've been spending the last 6 months or so really working on exposure draft comments and outreach and lots of back and forth and meetings. So we're, you know, and our feeling is we're at a place where it's like cooking, right? You know, when things start to come together and they're almost finished. So today's very, very important for us as we work toward the goal of getting to Thursday finalization. We're going to start today taking everyone through the key matters that we've been dealing with, making changes to, and the rationale behind that. And then we're going to move into a page turn on the proposed revisions and provisions to the extant code. So we'll go through for any comments, as is the norm that we do. And I know that's a long process, so I thank you in advance for your patience as we go through that. We have a task force team meeting tonight where we will endeavor to deal with any comments we received today, as well as, and I thank everybody who sent comments in advance, any comments that we are still open for the team to deal with that came in. Did you guys do that on purpose? Luigi, Sadia, and Andy, and then we've got Cam, Joanna, and myself, and of course, always Ken popping in and out and giving us advice and counsel. So I'm going to, we're very excited. So without more from me, I'm going to hand over to both Cam and Joanna are going to take us through the major provisions today. I'm going to hand over first to Cam so we can get into this right away and not waste any more time. Okay, Cam?
Thanks, Laurie. If we could get the slides up. Okay. I think the Zoom connection is unstable, right? I can't connect it either. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll just go through here. So, what we'll go through today first is some of the key remaining matters since our last November meeting. So we all met virtually November 8th and discussed a revised draft of 390 and 290. And since then, we've addressed the comments received then and also comments that were received offline. So the slide came up, but I can't move it. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right, so one of the changes, this was upfront in 390.3. And this was in response to a comment initially that the way we were characterizing audit engagements, review engagements, and other assurance engagements without specifying whether or not it's inside or outside this scope of Part 5 might be confusing because it might inadvertently lead readers to think that sustainability assurance also is included in so-called other assurance. So what we've done in 390.3 upfront, and you'll see the red underlined text there, is to specify that Section 5390 applies when sustainability assurance engagements use the work of external experts. Accordingly, then these sort of the subheadings within the text has been revised, as you can see in the second box on the bottom there. So it specifies that it's additional objectivity considerations for audit engagements, review engagements, and other assurance engagements outside the scope of Part 5. Hopefully it changes. Okay. Again, this is just the conforming sort of changes to make sure that all the subheadings align and are clear. So on the left-hand side where it says 390, those are the subheadings within 390, which split between non-PI, PI, and then all other engagements that are outside the scope of Part 5. The right-hand side of the column, that's in 5390, those are the subheadings that are in for sustainability assurance engagements. Okay, and then on this next slide here, one of the changes we also made, this was in response to the PIOB observer questions during our November 8th board meeting. There was essentially two questions that were raised. One was that can the external expert provide the information orally when the PA is required to request information from the external expert? And then secondly, does the external expert need to perform additional information to gather the information to respond in good faith? So what the task force did discuss this in depth, and the rationale is set out there. We do believe that it would be overly prescriptive for the code to require the external expert to perform additional procedures over the information they provide to the PA. First, essentially because the PA does not have enforceability over the external expert. So you have to rely on what they do provide. However, what the task force has added is that when agreeing the terms of engagement with the external expert, specifically for these additional objectivity requirements, the external expert must be providing written information. So we believe that this provision of written information can elevate the thoughtfulness applied by the external expert when responding to this information request, because everything would be written and essentially there would be documentation, and also it would reduce the possibility of misunderstanding. I do want to note here that you see a yellow highlight, and this has been a change from the posted version. This specific provision of written information for the additional objectivity requirements, they're only for objectivity, so that's why we remove competence and capability. Okay. And another change here, this was in response to a question with respect to, this is the period of the objectivity with respect to the information request. So at the November board, we specified that the period covered by the audit review or other assurance report until the completion of the external expert's work. It was viewed that this potentially could be confusing because the external expert's work could also be completed before the period of the audit report or review assurance report. And so therefore, we added for clarity that the period is from the beginning of the period covered by the report until the completion of the external expert's work. Within agreeing the terms of engagement, 390.5A1, there was a suggestion to align the last sub-bullet with respect to the external experts' communication of any NOCLAR to align it with the NOCLAR stakeholders that are set out in 390. And so therefore you can see the red underline there. We've added those charged with governance and management as well. Okay. We've also added new application material with respect to the additional objectivity request, and this is for the non-PI clients and also where the entity is not a client. So the board will recall that the text has been delineated into a non-PI and PI section. For the non-PI section, the PA has to request 3 pieces of information, and it's also then required to consider requesting additional information based on some factors. Additional information that might be requested, as an example, this application material then leads the reader to point to the PI long list, which is in our 390.14. And so this is the summary of the key matters that we've changed since the November posted version. We do acknowledge that we have received advanced comments, also, so that we will be firstly considering whether to add additional factors in for the non-PI section and also for the where the client is not the entity, additional factors for evaluating whether additional information is required. And so that's for example, one of the items we will be considering as well.
Yeah, do we want to pause here? Any comments, questions on those changes that have been made? Okay, so we're gonna, oh, they're going, sorry, I didn't see your.
Well, our comment is about the changes made regarding the objectivity of the external experts. I don't know if this is the time to comment that or later. Yeah, because we are not entirely convinced that this is enough to say that they had to be written explanations about the objectivity of the external expert without requiring some specific, details about how the expert is going to prove that he or she is objective to do the job. So we think that more details should be provided. And also the other thing is that when in paragraph, I don't remember which paragraph, but at the end of the document, the documentation required does not impose the obligation to have this written confirmation. So I don't remember which is the paragraph, but when it is talk about the documentation of the CCO assessment, this is not mentioned that this should be also documented in the.
It's just a question of where we put it, so we'll look at that tonight.
So it's the 2 things. One is to require a bit more, and the second is to require to be documented.
Right. So. Oh, yeah, sorry. So we'll have a look at I'm going to start at the second point first, then I'll do the first point. We put the written requirement in, it has to be as part of the contract. We'll have a look about whether we can add language at the back just to square that up. Because the intent is, of course, that there be written documentation of the experts' answers. The first, when you say you want more information from the expert, can you help me understand a little better what you mean by that? Because there's gonna be a whole detailed list of things they have to respond to.
Frankly, I cannot respond to how to require, but just to ask that to the best of my knowledge and belief, I am objective, we don't think is enough. There should be some sort of procedure that clarify that that person is really objective,
Okay, so,
something,
so,
not just left to the
yeah,
opinion.
so we're not asking them to say to the best of their knowledge and belief they're objective. It's going to be for the PA to decide if they're objective. They're going to say, they're going to have to provide a bunch of detailed information that the PA will then review and evaluate. What they have to say is to the best of their knowledge and belief, this is all accurate, this detail that they're providing. Does that make sense? So there's going to be a lot of detail. Let's look at the language and make sure that will be clear for us. But the point will be that the expert will have to provide detailed responses to a bunch of very specific questions. So that will be the detail. And then they certify that that information has been provided as accurate to the best of their knowledge and belief. Does that make sense? As opposed to, then the PA will have to determine whether they're adequately objective for the purposes of the engagement at hand. So we'll go back and look and make sure that that's clear, because I'm always like, if it isn't, when I get a question, then I need to go back and read and see, is it flowing, or can we adjust the language a little to help? Okay. Thank you, Begonia. That's helpful. All right, so we're going to keep moving, and I think we're handing over to Joanna to start to page turn us through the actual draft provisions. And please, we'll try to go through, but if anybody has any comments, this is a great time to get those in.
Thank you, Lori.
Okay.
So I will go through the section 290 markup from November, following to what Cam said about 390. So I will present a summary of task force responses about the key matters. The main comment we received from both board member, it was about professional accountant in business employing organization. And then I will present very quickly other additional refinements we propose. So the comment regarding PAIB's employing organization was to recognize that PAIB must operate within their employing organization's policies and procedures. So to recognize it in section 290. The task force carefully considered the comment and that the professional accountant in business is not in the same position as a professional accountant in public practice to engage with contract with other parties. And the professional accountant in business must operate within the employing organization's policies and procedures, including delegation of authority. Consequently, the comment says that it should be recognized within the section 290. Task force recognize that when the PA has insufficient expertise to perform a professional activity and engages an external expert, such professional activity is performed for the PA's employing organization. This explicit clarification you can see in red here in the text of 290.2 has been incorporated into this paragraph. The task force received a suggested new drafting for 290.5 regarding the part of agreeing the terms of engagement, which the task force will consider later today at its meeting. For the rest of the section 290, although the task force recognizes that in practice, it will generally be the employing organization that signs the contract of engagement with the external expert, task force considers that no further revisions to the code seem necessary at this point. It is implicit that there will be a process to engage the external expert. In some organizations, there are indeed specific policies like having the necessary level of management authorization or a call for a tender, for example. The task force does not believe, though, that if the PA has determined to use the work of external expert as a safeguard under the code, it is necessary for the code to address the practical arrangements regarding the employing organization. The assumption that the professional accountant in business follows necessary policies and procedures within the employing organization. And Section 290 then appropriately focuses on the ethical obligation of the PAIB in using the work of the external expert, including the evaluation and conclusion of the external expert's competence, capability, and objectivity, CCO. Section 290 applies when the PAIB determines not having the necessary expertise to perform the professional activity, and so determines to use the work of an external expert who is CCO as a safeguard to address such threat. So regarding the external expert's objectivity and self-review threat, task force has been responsive to suggestions to specify that the examples in this application material, 290.8A5, to the evaluation of the external expert's objectivity are related to self-review threat, and you can see it in red in the text. It is simply a conforming change with reference to the section 390. Regarding agreeing the terms of engagement with an external expert, the task force has been responsive to the suggestion to align with the section NOCLAR, responding to the no compliance with law and regulation in section 360. So this is also conforming change in relation to 390, as Cam presented earlier. So in 290.5 A1, in the last bullet, you can see the wording that has been added. In 290.12 A1, this application material has been deleted because an equivalent paragraph in section 390 pertains to audit, reviews, and other insurance engagement outside the scope of Part 5. So the paragraph 290.12 A1 here is not relevant for professional accountant in business and consequently has been deleted. I'll pause here and maybe Laurie, would you like to add on something? No. And I will open for question and comments.
Begonia? Oh, your sign's up, that's all. Okay, I don't see anybody. So we're gonna go on to, I think, effective date now.
That's right.
Thanks, Larry. So the effective date essentially is aligned with the IESBA, so that will be in December 15th, 2026. So you can see because the expert section has a new section in Part 2, there's the first bullet is the effective date for the provisions in Part 2. And then for Part 3, 390, that's the second bullet that you can see in the screen. And then the third bullet, that's the provisions in Part 5, 5390, which will be within the IESA. That's the effective date. They're all aligned together. I do want to note that we did receive advanced comments with respect to 5390, with respect to sort of the wording on the use of the term other assurance. So we'll be looking at that to see if it needs to be changed to sustainability assurance and other professional services, just to make sure that everything is for the same sustainability assurance client, to make sure it's encompasses everything. So we'll be looking at that later in the task force meeting as well. Yeah.
Okay, Liz, any questions, comments, discussion? Okay, now I'm gonna get this right. Are we now going to, we're kind of running a little ahead of schedule, I think.
I think we can continue.
Yeah, all right, let's jump right in.
Okay, great.
Okay, so first we'll start with the oh, Begonia?
Sorry, this is a final comment on the documentation which is required in the last 390-28A1. And then it said that the professional accountant is encouraged to document. So could it be, make it stronger, encouraged to document? So this is just we think it's too soft to encourage. We think that they should document these things. And we also understand that this could be also taking into account the written documentation provided by the external expert to be documented, to be included here. So to link with the other. Thank you.
We'll have a discussion. I do think that if we look at importing over the requirement to obtain the written details from the expert, that's pretty much the documentation. So let us play with the language to see if we can add something there that makes it more clear and stronger. Okay.
So this is section 390, and it's a markup from the November board meeting. So as mentioned just earlier, in 390.3, we've added the clarification that sustainability assurance engagements, that's covered by 5390. Then scrolling down a little bit here, no changes. We've just discussed this as well. This is with respect to R390.5 B1, the provision of written information required from the external expert for the purposes of evaluating the external expert's objectivity. So again, this yellow highlight here reflects sort of the additional markup since the posted version. Yep. Going down, this is also in agreeing the terms of engagements, R390.5A1. As we've mentioned, we've aligned this with the NOCLAR standard. Moving down a little bit more, no changes. These are this editorial here. Moving down. As Joanna mentioned, within the 290 section, also for 390, we had received some requests to clarify that this last bullet point here for the objectivity evaluation for all services, to clarify that it's a self-review threat. So in the examples, we've made that clear in 390.8 A4. Moving down, we have some editorial clarifications to make it more clear. So it's the external experts employing organization or the professional accountant's firm. Just scrolling down a little bit more. And these are the changes to the subheadings that I mentioned earlier, clarifications that other assurance does not include those that are within Part 5. Here, this is the non-PI section, for objectivity evaluation. So as mentioned earlier, the main change here is R390.12C, where you can see that it's specified that the period of objectivity is from the beginning of the period covered by the audit until the completion of the expert's work. Then we have the three matters that the PA must require the external expert to provide information on. You'll see in bullet B here that these are just conforming changes to make sure that whenever we mention conflicts of interest within the text, it's referred to in exactly the same way. So any actual or potential conflicts of interest. Then moving down here, this is the requirement for the PA to also consider requesting additional information. Again, there's this, the key change here is little b from the beginning of the period. And then the new application material, which provides examples of what those additional interest, relationships, and circumstances might be. We did receive some advanced comments with respect to maybe some editorial drafting, which we'll be looking at. Just to clarify, these are examples, and you can go look in R390.14. Yeah, Mark.
Mine sort of fails me as to whether or not this is one we've mentioned before to you, but in 390.13A1, I have a concern that the inclusion of the reference to paragraph R390.14 runs the risk of almost that being seen as a requirement by someone reading it, because we've got the requirement, which is the professional accountant shall consider, and then in the application material to help you with that, you've actually got a link to another requirement paragraph. So it's just is that the right balance?
Thank you, Mark. We certainly wasn't intending that, so I'll take a look at the to see how not to come up with that unintended consequence. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so then maybe I'll move on. Ken, you wanted to come in?
Yes. So not with the intention of drafting on the fly. I just wondered if adding the words additional interest, etc., that the PA might consider include, because if you go directly to include, it just comes across as these are the things you need to include. But if you just make it soften it to say might consider, and that would tie in with the requirement in paragraph 13. I don't know if Mark, if that sounds a bit better to you.
Okay. So the additional edit that's been added in the yellow highlight right there, that the professional accountant might consider. Oops, there you go. Okay. So, oh, Christelle?
Maybe at the end, instead of keeping the include, it could be and those. That so we have the professional accountant might consider a list and those set out in paragraph. You see what I mean? And not to repeat include. Or is it a sub-part of the list? Yeah, you'll see. Maybe
changing it to R, I suppose, addition, because the between is the parties that the list is between, but then maybe that include is a bit
All right,
confusing. Yeah.
We're gonna take that away.
Yeah.
It's a good catch. I
Yeah.
think we have to wordsmith this a little. We'll come back. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So moving on here, this is 390.13A2, and these are the factors that are relevant in helping the PA to determine whether or not additional information needs to be requested from the external expert. We did receive advance comments to consider additional factors to be included in this list, which we will be discussing later on. For example, the complexity of the matter that the external expert is addressing, its magnitude, and the scale of the operations of the entity at which the work is being performed. So we'll be looking into potentially adding more factors to this list. Moving down here, these are 390.14. Again, this is in big C here. You'll see this is the from the beginning of the period covered. And then this is the list for PI clients. So it's the full list. Going down, there's no changes, editorials here. A few other editorials. Moving down. And again, this N here, this is aligning, again, any mention of conflicts of interest and the way we have been referring to it. This new header here, the considerations was added to enhance the flow of the document so that we have a non-PI section, a PI section, and now we have considerations for the external experts team, and then also as a separate matter, considerations for where the client is not the entity at which the external expert is performing work. So a new heading. The subheading, as I mentioned earlier, is to clarify that other assurance doesn't include sustainability. ABC here, C has changed with respect to the objectivity period. These are the three matters. And then R390.17, this is the requirement to consider requesting additional information. We just discussed R390.13A1, which is essentially this same application material. So any changes we just made and will make to that paragraph, we'll do that here as well. And again, these factors in R390.17A2, we did receive advance comments for any considering additional factors. Mark.
Thank you. Just on 17A2, there's a question as to whether or not you could include something in there about what any of those factors might do in respect of causing the PA what they do next, because in 390.14 you've got that very comprehensive list of things that the PA might consider, and I realise that you want to properly delineate between what you do for PIs and non-PIs, but I do think if you just leave it with nothing, it's sort of maybe we could sort of think about sort of the steering of that.
So sort of just to make sure I sort of next steps. So once you've done this, these are the factors. If you potentially if something happens scenario,
yes,
you need to do.
And I think, you know, earlier on for the 390.14, it's all there and it's very clear, and therefore this looks a bit lighter as a result of it. And it's just whether or not you can work out what those next steps are and provide a little bit of steering.
Okay. Yep, so we'll look at that as well. This is 390.17A2. And then now we have going down to the potential threats to the external experts' objectivity here. A new addition of a heading just to try and enhance the understandability of the text. Again, these are editorials. So this last bullet here, this is 390.18A2 with respect to factors that are relevant in evaluating the level of threats to an external expert's objectivity. This last bullet here is in relation to the nature of any advocacy for the entity if the external expert or the employing organization previously made any statements advocating for the entity. We've removed public here. So how it works is that the PA has to request the external expert to provide them with any public statements that they've made in advocacy of the entity. Here, this is evaluating the level of threat, and it also recognizes that the PA itself might have become privy to some knowledge of, I don't know, it could be a private conversation, it could be whatever they might have heard. They can take that into account in their evaluation of the level of threat as well. Okay. Going down here. So this looks like a lot of red text, but it's actually moving the middle part of the sentence to the front end to delete in to make it read better. So it's editorials, I would say, drafting. Okay. This is concluding on the external expert CCO. So updating of numbering. Then we are in the potential threats arising from using the work of the external experts. So we're talking now about the threats to the PA itself. And we go through the identifying threats, self-interest, editorial there in the second bullet point. Then we have self-interest threats, advocacy, etc. There's no change. Here we did receive a suggestion to further highlight that cherry picking nature of the second bullet there under intimidation threats. So we added the PA could feel pressure to use the work of a particular external expert in order to meet internal or external targets and expectations. We get to evaluating threats here. There's no change. Addressing threats, gain some clarity, edits, other matters. And then we're in documentation and recognizing begonia. Do you also reach your point just now as well? So Lori, did you want to add on anything here? Or? No. Okay. All right. Okay. So with that, we will now do 290, if you will bear with me to switch the screen. And I'll pass it to Joanna.
Thank you, Cam. So the section 290, we'll go quickly. This is in 290.2. This change is reflecting comment received, as I mentioned earlier. Then we can go down a little bit. This is an editorial, correction activity instead of service. Then going down to 290.5A1, as said before, also it is aligned with section 360 non-CLAR and conforming with also with the section 390. A little bit further, 290.7 is just an editorial. And if we go to the 290.8, so you can see A5, you can see here in the text what just has been presented in our first presentation. So it's conforming change, self-review, threat. Then a little bit further, just more specifying employing organization, professional accountant employing organization. This is just editorial, as well as in 290.981. We specify more. It's about the professional accountants employing organization, of course. And just the subtitle here, just before R290.11, as it is 290 is only about the professional accountant in business. There is no need to refer to all professional services, so we have deleted. And again, 290.12 A1 as presented previously, not relevant for PA in business. This paragraph has been deleted too. And a little bit further, it's just specifying again that it's about professional accountants employing organization, some editorials, as you can see in the E point. And further below, again, specifying professional accountant employing organization, so all the editorials. And we are coming to the end of 290. Any questions? Yeah.
So, 29018.
Chana, your microphone, please.
Thanks, Ken.
18.
Through 1918, it says the professional accountant is encouraged. Is it encouraged? Shouldn't they? Because it will be hard for the PIB to operate without communicating with the management.
So you suggest to make it stronger?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it will have to be shall, I think, because
Or refer to the professional
the professional accountant can't
organization.
operate without management. I mean, you might want to look at the drafting, but I think encourage doesn't make practical sense.
Fair enough. I also
Yeah.
see Christelle, so maybe we'll take that as in case if you wanted. I don't know if she had a reaction too.
It's
Yeah.
just a reaction because depending on the level of seniority you have in
Yeah.
an organization, you don't have to report on every decision you make. You take your responsibility. So be prudent in the way to handle that. Maybe it should consider but I wouldn't make an obligation to every kind of PAIB that are in an organization.
But it
Because-
has, if appropriate, those charged with governance. So,
Yes.
so those charged
But-
with governance is generally the board.
Yes,
So I think,
but you don't have to inform the management, the up management and those charged with governance with all the decisions that you make. So you should consider.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
maybe consider my.
yeah.
So should consider.
Yeah.
So also, what if we move the where appropriate to the front? So in both cases,
Oh.
Yeah.
right? So it modifies both management and governance, right?
Mm.
Because I do agree, at sometimes you absolutely should, right?
Yeah.
Especially if it's something large or controversial or challenging or, sometimes things are, you're using experts because it's backfilling a hole in your
Mm.
organization, but
Yeah.
I mean, your boss doesn't really want to hear about all that
Mm.
and nor do those charged with governance. So I think where appropriate, move it up. And then we'll consider the language, whether it's encouraged or shall consider. I think one of those is the right formulation if we move that to the front. Does that help you, Chana? Okay, good.
Thank you.
Well, this is similar to the comment I made before on 390. I agree with Chana's point of view. PIOB consider this should be said in a more stronger way. That encourage doesn't sound to be enough to justify all these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I'll share a perspective from a PAIB in business. I think to Christelle's point, there really is a time and a place to absolutely engage. I absolutely agree with Chana, but there's also a time and a place where honestly, it's just not material. It's not relevant. And I think it's actually not a good use of time. My concern with using the words where appropriate is, will that be commonly understood? So to me, when we talk about where it's appropriate, it's where it's material, as you said earlier, Lori, where it's material, significant, controversial. So just think about how you give that context for what we mean by where appropriate, but still allow flexibility to not overwhelm management or those charged with governance with relatively material things.
Yeah, maybe that's a guidance point.
Exactly.
Because where appropriate is professional judgment, which we should all have, but we'll take that on board. Ken?
Yeah, my comment is also on the movement of the words where appropriate, because if it is going to be a requirement to shall consider, that implicitly already includes consideration of where it's appropriate. So it would be a bit of doubling down if you say where appropriate, the PA shall consider. So I would be inclined to leave it as it is, because the where appropriate is qualifying whether you actually go in to talk to the board of directors, but your planned use of the external expert. But if one were to go with the shall consider, I think that gets us to a bit of that stronger steer as to what the code would be signaling to the PA to consider.
Sorry, we have a lot of views there. We'll take that on board and tussle with that this evening as we work through some of the language. Part of the answer may be to this to provide some additional guidance on this point. You know, we'll see.
Okay, so we'll go now to some of the other documents. So I'll run through this here. Firstly, for section 220, this is revisions to the extant code, sort of to conform with the new section essentially. So it's a markup from ED. I'll just put it through there. There's no change from what we posted in November, or it might have been a minor editorial with the brackets here in the first line. Okay, so that's 220. We just went through 290, and then for 320, sorry, we'll get there here. That's also revisions to the extant code. So in the ED, the board will recall that initially the extant paragraphs with in relation to using the work of an expert in R320.10 and its A1 and A2, they were withdrawn. However, we did receive some comments in relation to this. These sections would still apply for example, internal experts. And so therefore 390.10A1, this has been added similar to 220. So for the purposes of this section, the work of an external expert is excluded. And where the PA uses the work of an external expert, 390 applies. And so this should be also, this is also in the other considerations here, initially, because of withdrawing the paragraphs, extant paragraphs in relation to our 320.10, we had initially added 320.11A2, which is essentially a pointer to 390 when the work of an external expert is used, but because we added it now up top, we removed this here. Okay. We already went through 390, and so next up will be 5390, and I will pass it to Joanna.
Thank you, Cam. So 5390 essentially mirrors the changes in 390 we saw as Cam presented it earlier. Exception is regarding, so yeah, if we go very quickly, the exception is in the list of the examples. We have added three new, the three last bullets are different from 390 and two last are added, have been added in 5390. And if we go further below 5390.5, this is conforming change. It was PIOB observer comment at the September board, and we go down. There is a lot of red, but it's still conforming changes from according to 390. And if we go further, there's still conforming changes. Additional considerations, and we're going down.
Sorry, if I may right here, if you don't mind, Joanna,
Yeah.
here. So for this subheading here, I think when discussing the effective date earlier for 5390, I did mention we receive advance comment with respect to the use of the term other assurance engagements.
Yes.
So potentially here, we will need to just clarify that it's sustainability and other assurance engagements for the same as sustainability assurance clients. Otherwise, it again expands it too large, the scope.
Exactly. Thank you, Cam. So these are still conforming changes as we saw in 390. Going down. And we are
Seems we're at the end of
the end of the
5390.
5390. And glossary didn't change.
So yeah, Chana. Yeah.
So I picked up the same comment in 5390.27 and realized now that 390 has the same issue. So 5390.27, the similar issue because
It's
integra-
encouraged.
Yeah, it's encouraged.
Okay, so
As a matter of
we
transparency.
reflect this
Yeah.
change we noticed in 390. 290.18 euro to 5390.27. Thank you.
Okay, so if no other comments or questions on 5390, and again, we'll also mirror the changes that we need to make to this section. We are on the glossary. So these changes that are presented here, there's no changes from what we presented in September, essentially. So this is exactly the September markup from the AD. Okay. And then that's the glossary. And back to you, Joanna, for the consequential amendments.
Consequential amendments, it will be quick because no changes. So we will go through the markup from the extant code. And so we have deleted because of the changes in the glossary. In some paragraphs, we have deleted experience. As here the reference to the term experience is, as you see, has been deleted because of the new proposed definition of expertise, being skills, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. Okay, it would be redundant, so this has been deleted. And going down in the part 2. So here there is no change in 200.682.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no change in
Good.
206.82. So this document shows all the changes that were made. So
Okay, and we, yeah,
220
sorry. So we are
230.3.
in already in 3R3 230.3. So this is the change as the previous one, and then in section 260. And okay, same, no change because no change, and we are not talking about no changes, so only changes. And we are now in 290. 0.4, it has been deleted. And if we go a little bit down, the same conforming change in relation to the new definition in the glossary. And the gate 390, same change. And 600. And 950.2. And we arrived to the end of consequential amendments. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think we've got a few things that we have to work through today with the task force. And we'll endeavor to do so and turn around things for thoughts before we come in, so that if there's any additional discussion that needs to take place, we will. But I think we have a good steer. Mark, I might want to pick up the point with you because I didn't want to admit it, but I wasn't exactly following about how we would do that. But I think we can take that offline because I want to think about what we do as the point you made about needing a better steer for PAs. So, but other than that, I thank everyone for the read and the advance and comments here today. And we'll try to do a good job pulling those in and reflecting those in the revised draft. All right. Thank you. And so we're going to give everybody back a good hour of time.
Thank you, Lori, task force and staff. You did a good job, as we can see from this very easy turnaround or reading of the documents of the proposal. So thank you very much for that. It seems that everyone is comfortable, and we will be looking forward to the final version of the expert standards next Thursday. So we are very early, 2 hours and a half earlier than supposed. So we will change our plans a little bit. We will break now for half an hour, so we'll have a relaxed time until 10:35, and then we will anticipate the workstream 2 session into the morning. And depending on how it goes, and I don't expect any specific problem, but depending on how it goes, we may want to anticipate the mid-cycle review from into today, which was supposed to be discussed tomorrow afternoon. The last session in the afternoon, we will do it today. So I just wanted to give you this heads up in case you want to be ready for that discussion, which should not be very complicated. And that would provide us with a little bit of time and relaxation. So thank you. And we will come back in 30 minutes, 10:35. Thank you. congratulations, Laurie and task force and staff for the very good work done.
In particular, thank you to Cam and Joanna, who, as we all know, do the lion's share of the lifting on drafting and putting up with all of us. So thank you very much. Really well done.
Okay, welcome back. I think we are all here, or almost all. But we need to make a start. So as I said, we are anticipating the discussion on the proposed revisions to the code on ethics standards for sustainability reporting. This is the other part of the sustainability project. I'm going to give the floor. Thank you very much for the very good work done. We are not having that many discussions on this part, which means that they are more consensual, and I hope that it's going to go smooth now. But let's not forget the importance of this part of the project. It's sometimes a little bit less noisy because all of the discussions, the ongoing discussions on the future framework for sustainability assurance. But this one is for sure not less important. On the contrary, also because it's even more urgent because the sustainability reporting standards and rules are already there. This year, in some countries, the first reports are being produced, and it's really important that these ethics standards for sustainability reporting are in place, helping making the sustainability reporting standards effective and robust. So I think that some of the standard setters and regulators in the space of sustainability reporting are really looking at what we are doing, and particularly IESBA. So I think that it's important that we finalize this and move forward with the ethics standards for sustainability reporting. Christelle, task force, thank you very much for the good work done, and the staff, of course. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So we are going to go through two aspects, not only reporting, but also the ethics in sustainability assurance part 5. So just let me remind you who were the talented people I had the chance to work with on this project, as we are hopefully on our final step. And it was as board members Vanya, Rich, and Sungnam, as TAs Bruno and Kristen, and as very, very supportive and active staff people, Laura, John, and Jeff. During our journey, our 2 years journey, the board managed to settle in a timely manner, I would say, some key matters under our remit. Some of them were discussed at numerous times. I remember our first discussion on sustainability information in Abu Dhabi, okay? And the last discussion we had was in September this year. So the main aspects that we reviewed and validated during this 2-year journey were, of course, the scope of part 5 was a tough one, meaning all sustainability assurance engagement, plus the services to those assurance clients, and the encouragement for the rest of the activities of the sustainability assurance practitioners. Second point was the structure of that part 5, as we wanted it equivalent to the extant code, on the numbering, on the drafting convention, despite the fact of being professional agnostic, on the language, meaning a single version of the truth and not having bias in our code. Then we worked on some key definitions, the notion of professional activity instead of a profession, meaning the accounting profession, and sustainability information, of course. We also had some key discussions on NOCLAR and on its scope, excluding value chain component, and on the communication, the new type of communication between the actors. And we're going to come back to that. It's still an open point. And we also discussed a lot the scope of the reporting project, leaving for a little bit later some other key work. Overall, we did a lot of work to find the relevant examples to make sustainability lively in that standard, in the whole code, in fact. And also to make sure that the public interest issues, some of which proposed by the PIOB, were taken on board. So today, we only have a few matters to discuss, still to be approved by the board. We propose to navigate through a combined document of initial posting 2A, update to the 2A, and integration of our answer to some preliminary comments we received just before this board. And also, of course, to address the PIOB comment on nuclear communication. So now I will give the floor to Laura and then John to go through the documents.
Thank you. Thank you, Christelle, and hello, everyone. So I'm going to go through the standards on the sustainability assurance part, as well as some confirming amendments in what we've changed since September, and then I'll hand it over to John to go through the reporting parts. Just in terms of method, we will use, or we have done the same, as you know, for the posted version. So we have markup since or from the ED, the exposure draft, and we have the yellow highlights marking the differences from the September board meeting. And so I'm going to stop and talk about all of those yellow highlights, which have some gray boxes underneath. But if I'm gonna go through section, and if there are any comments, I will pause for additional comments and suggestions. Okay, so the first change that we made since the September meeting was in 5100.1. And this was following a suggestion from a board member in September, suggesting that we should add regulators to the list of examples of the users of sustainability information. And so we took that on board. The following paragraph, we just, the only change that we made here was to just swap the order between knowledge and skills to align with the wording that is used further down in the independent standards. There was this box has a lot of text here because if you recall, there was some discussion regarding the expectation that we have in this paragraph. Why is it only an expectation for sustainability assurance practitioners? Why isn't it something stronger? And as we have explained, this expectation is underpinned by the fundamental principles, which are a requirement for both PAs and non-PAs in Part 5. And also, we couldn't, at this point, we couldn't draft this as something more than an expectation, because it's really dependent on the jurisdictions to have certifying bodies and to really require and apply certification and tests and trainings and require those skills and knowledge. So one of the things that the task force proposes is to include an FAQ on this subject and really explain what we mean by this paragraph and this expectation and what underpins it. So if we go to the next change, we have a paragraph deleted here. It's mostly a move, and we also reworded the language here. And this relates to when non-PAs might be subject to both the code and other ethics rules as a result of their professional affiliation, for instance, as is the case for lawyers or for engineers. And so we, following some suggestions from board members last time in September, we not only moved it to a place that makes a little more sense, because it's right next to when we talk about the R5100.7 and 0.7A1, when we talk about the fact that the code coexists with laws and regulations, and they both might talk about the same topics. So we moved it to that location because it's kind of a similar thing when there is two sources of similar rules, the code and other codes of conduct. So we also, so not only the relocation of this paragraph, but we also reworded it to make it more clear that the SAPs need to comply. So they need to take into consideration both sources of the ethics rules. We are not stating which one they should comply with, because that's very much dependent on the specifics of the particular situation. Which one is more stringent is something that can only be understood in practice, and so it's not something that we felt that we could state in the code. This is what you should do. So it's making clear that both should be complied with, but the hierarchy or in which way they should be complied with, it's something that we leave for the sustainability assurance practitioners to assess in practice. And again, this is also that we can also include and clarify in an FAQ. Okay, so moving on, sorry, there's just a change before this, but it's just an editorial here in R500, 5100.6. We just added described to, it's just an editorial to clarify it. So before moving on to the fundamental principles, I would maybe pause here and collect any comments or thoughts on the 5100s.
Thank you, Laura. I don't see anyone. So, good.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the fundamental principles. The change that we made here was on this paragraph that is under the professional competence and due care. And this was a sentence that we added following a comment from a respondent to DED saying that, or suggesting that we add a reference to the fact that sustainability information is very location specific, and that this should be highlighted under this fundamental principle. During the September discussion, there was a comment from a board member or a board participant saying that while they understood the usefulness of this sentence, this might not be the best location for it. And so the work stream analyzed basically all the paragraphs that we have under this fundamental principle, and concluded that if we were going to keep this under this fundamental principle, we probably needed to add a new paragraph, and perhaps that would be not the best option. So the proposal now is to move this and not keep it under the professional competence and due care fundamental principle, but move it to the conceptual framework under the exercising professional judgment paragraphs. And this paragraph seemed like a better location because we're talking about location specific particularities of sustainability information. And this paragraph talks about the use or the application of training, knowledge, skill, and experience that is commensurate with facts and circumstances, taking account the nature and the scope of the particular professional activity, which in this case is sustainability assurance, the interests and the relationships involved. So it feels like a more adequate place for this idea of the location-specific sustainability information. So moving on to the following paragraph, we have here just some changes, some conforming amendments to the changes that were made by the experts project to remove the experience because it's already comprised in the definition of expertise. Then we get to the 5120.14A1 when we're talking about firm culture, and we have ISQM1 as an example of a quality management standard that addresses firm culture in the context of firms' responsibility to design, implement, and operate a system of quality management for sustainability assurance. So we already had the paragraph written in this way, but we had a different wording for the example relating to ISQM1. And we also received a comment from a board participant in September saying that the example wasn't complete because we only referred to the design, and we should also include the implement and the implementation and operation of the system. And when we were adding those two verbs, the sentence became not so good. So we decided to reword it and to detach it a little bit from the previous sentence, and while still maintaining the objective of giving this example as of ISQM1. So we're saying ISQM1 requires the firm to establish a quality objective that the firm demonstrates a commitment to quality through its culture, which recognizes and reinforces, among others, the importance of professional ethics, values, and attitudes. So we're basically saying that this is the example. It has this objective, the commitment to quality through the culture, and then we go full circle when we talk about the importance of the professional ethics, values, and attitudes. And this wording was also tested with our colleagues from the IESBA who contributed to this language. And so this is the last change in the 5120s. And again, I would pause here to collect any comments on the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework, if there are any. Okay. So moving on to section 5270, the pressure to reach the fundamental principles. So we've included these boxes explaining all the changes that we've made, but also changes that we have not made. We just wanted to cover all the comments that we received at the September board meeting. And this paragraph is one example where we got a comment, but proposed not to make a change. There was a comment here from regarding this paragraph saying that it uses two mights. We have the practitioner might face pressure here, and then we have the pressure might be explicit or implicit. There was an example, a suggestion to replace one of the mights. And while we agree that maybe this is not the best wording because it's repeating a word, the fact is that this is the same wording that we have in the accent code. And since we have an objective of equivalence between part 5 and the accent code, if we stray here for not necessarily a substantial reason, this might raise questions regarding why is this written differently here compared to the accent code, and it might raise regulatory arbitration or judicial arbitration, and so that's why we propose not to make any change here. And then we get to 5270.3A2, the examples of pressure that might result in threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. And here we got two kinds of comments, both relating to greenwashing. On the one hand, we received some comments saying these examples are great, but there's one that's obviously missing, that is the impact that greenwashing might have on the provision of sustainability assurance. So perhaps consider including one example relating to that. And then there was a second comment saying, and what about greenwashing itself? So not greenwashing relating to sustainability assurance only, but also the greenwashing related to the risk in the context of the sustainability reporting. And so we added here, under the pressure to act without sufficient expertise or due care, we added a proposal of an example relating to the greenwashing affecting the sustainability assurance, which is the pressure from a sustainability assurance client to express an opinion when it is not supported by the evidence obtained from the assurance procedures performed. And so this could be an example when the greenwashing that is performed at the reporting stage could impact the opinion that is in the context of the sustainability assurance. And when we talk here about evidence, we didn't add a qualifying to this evidence, so we could keep this example broad. So it covers evidence that might be insufficient, that might be inappropriate, or other kinds of evidence that is not good. So this is how we address the first comment, including an example of greenwashing relating to the sustainability assurance. You might notice that we were proposing not to add an example regarding to the greenwashing itself. And this is because we would be talking about a reporting activity, right? And since part 5 is about sustainability assurance, and we have an example relating to the reporting, we would be acknowledging a potential self-review threat, because this would be a sustainability assurance practitioner providing assurance on information that they have prepared, and that would be affected by greenwashing. So that's the reason why we propose not to add a specific example regarding greenwashing itself. Yeah, so this is the end of 5270. I don't know if there are any comments.
Sorry, Laura, Rania, please.
Laura, can you just go back up to the part that you were acting without sufficient expertise? So the examples you give here, I'm not sure all of them have to do with acting without sufficient expertise I mean, definitely there are pressures, but I mean, if you are yielding to, for example, if you are expressing an opinion when you are altering the scope of the sustainability assurance engagement to influence how the client's sustainability goals, it seems to me that you know what you're doing. It's just you are yielding to the pressure. You get my point? So, I mean, not all of them, they can be grouped under this particular heading. So I think there are very worthy examples, very important examples, but I think we should distinguish between where you know what you're doing and where you don't have the chance to you don't have the expertise, you don't have the skills, you don't have the evidence. Yeah.
Here, in fact, it's not only that you're acting without sufficient expertise, it can be also that you do it without due care. And this is more about due care. Yeah, it is mixed in the extent code, so we keep it mixed, but the examples are on both sides of that aspect. Do you want to add something? No, that's it.
Maybe just on the first bullet point, Christelle, I would suggest maybe clarifying which opinion the sustainability assurance practitioner is rendering. So it is an opinion on presumably the entity sustainability information. So if you could just make that clear, because otherwise it could be an opinion on things that are not related. Yeah.
Thank you. Sadia, please.
On the comments on greenwashing, I agree that we don't specifically use the word greenwashing, but when you're thinking about rollout, you might want to emphasize that some of them are actually talking about greenwashing, like deviating from the scope, inappropriate information. So it might highlight what the suggestion was without actually using the word.
Okay, thank you for that, Sadia. I actually anticipate that this part of the standards are going to be extremely important and very much used. So the clearer we can put it, the better. This is one of the examples that I usually give when I want to explain people what these standards are about and what difference they make, how they address very evident and possible coming risks with the sustainability reporting and assurance. So I think this is a very good ads, but this comment from Sadia, I think it's welcome. David, please.
Thank you. I think maybe to address Sadia's point, what might be helpful, Christelle, is to add the word just misleading, because when we talk about an output, whether it's greenwashing, whether it's financial reporting, it's about being misleading. Maybe we just need to add the word misleading as part of the example.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Paul, please.
Thanks so much. I think if anything, somewhere between the two, the two last comments, Sadia and Rania, just in terms of what does due care cover, whether it covers professional responsibility or kind of transparency, accountability issues. Just a question as to whether we need to broaden what you're being pressured to do, because there's doing it without the right capacity, without due process, and then also kind of contrary to best practices kind of behavior, kind of contrary practice. I don't know how we fit that in. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Back to you.
Thank you for the comments. Okay, so moving on to the 5300s. So we made a few changes on 5300.783. These changes were not prompted by comments from the September discussion, but we took the opportunity to read again the standards, and we noticed that we could make some improvements in terms of readability and an understandability of this paragraph in particular. And these are mostly, we haven't changed any of the content or the objective or what we were saying previously. It's exactly the same. We're just making it more streamlined and more clearer. So we basically took some references that we had to sustainability assurance clients that we had repeated in A and B and put it up on the lead-in. Yeah, and we put the sustainability assurance back in the title of this paragraph. And so what we want to cover with this paragraph is that the evaluation of the level of the threats might be impacted by the nature of the service provided, by the nature of the client. And so in A, B, and C, we're just trying to cover what we already have in the extant code, but adapted to the Part 5 specificities. So we want the practitioner to take into consideration the type of service that is being provided, if it's a sustainability assurance engagement that is subject to the independent standards in Part 5, or if it's an equivalent service, because that's what the board determined, which would be an audit engagement, and that is in Part A, whether this client that we just talked about is a public interest entity, and that is still letter A. And then we go again back to the service provided, whether the service is still a sustainability assurance engagement, but not subject to the independent standards, and that is letter B, and whether there are other services that are non-assurance services provided, and then we are in letter C. So again, this is mostly editorial to make the language clearer and the intention clearer. These were some editorial changes made by Workstream 1. And then we go to the section on conflicts of interests. We didn't make any change here. The 5320s also have no changes. We just have a couple of paragraphs where we have to reflect the final wording in the equivalent extant provisions made by the experts project. The 5325 and 5330 and 40 and 50 also have no changes. And so I would pause here now before going into the NOCLAR section to just collect any comments on what we've been through so far.
Thank you, Laura. David, please.
Just one observation relating to the conversation we just had about due care. I went to the glossary to see if it was defined, because I thought, well, maybe that just addresses your comment. We don't actually define it. That might be a way to make it all encompassing as well. So we encourage just a broader way, because it's about professionalism, etc. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you.
We do have the fundamental principle of professional competence in due care on 51. On 5112, or 3. I think that's also probably a good source for what does due care mean, but we will take these comments into consideration and analyze those provisions that we have. Thank you.
Sorry, Laura, if I could just add, for instance, David, in 5113.1A4, as part of the requirements on professional competence in due care, it talks about diligence, and diligence here as application material talks about diligence encompasses the responsibility to act in accordance with the requirements of an assignment, carefully, thoroughly, and on a timely basis. So it gives a better sense of what we mean by professional competence in due care. We don't separate those two out in this section, but combined, we have some application material to explain what that means.
And I'm totally good with that. So I think the definition is fine. It's just, will the user necessarily know where to go reference that if it's not something they can find quickly and simply in a glossary. That's more my observation.
Okay, thank you. Rania, please.
Just one observation on the factors that impact the evaluation of the threat. Just a point for your consideration, perhaps to give an indication of how those factors would impact the evaluation, like they increase them or decrease the level of the threat, or just a point for you to consider.
So we have the equivalent paragraph in the accents, and we have these listed as factors, and then we have an example at the end, which we have adapted to the specificities of part 5. So in this example, we say that providing a non-assurance service to a client that is a public interest entity might be perceived to result in a higher level of a threat regarding the principle of objectivity regarding the sustainability assurance engagement. So the fact that there are two.
Yeah, I understand that, but the thing is that if it's not in part A or in bullet A, the engagement, then it's B. So you're saying that a higher level of threat than if the engagement falls under 4B. Are we saying this?
No, so these are factors that these are factors to be considered.
Yeah.
We're not saying that one is more important or creating a higher level of threat than the other. They're just
Yeah, but
factors to be
that's
considered.
exactly my question. I think that perhaps you may want to give that indication. It's like obviously if the client is a PI, I think that increases. I mean, we're trying to give further clarification. I think that means that the level of threat is higher than if it's an engagement which does not fall within the scope of the IIS. No? But I think that is the implication, yes? That is what you intend to say.
I think this example, what it's saying is the fact that the practitioner is accumulating more than one service to a client who, by the way, is also a PI. This might create a higher level of threats regarding the fundamental principles.
Yeah.
But again, it's an example for them to consider whether the type of services that they're providing and the type of client that the client is might result or not in higher levels of threat.
Yeah, I understand that. So basically, my question really, I mean, it occurred to me when I was looking at bullet C. So if you are providing other non-assurance services to the client, how does that impact the level of the threat? Does it increase it or decrease it? So that's basically my question.
Yeah, I understand.
And when you put it in there just like that, I think it seems to me like it's rather the guidance is rather incomplete. That's so. I mean, I'm looking at it and I want to know how should that. I know that there are no absolute answers, but just to give me some guidance, if I'm also providing other non-assurance services, how should that impact my judgment? And what is the most likely, way that it should impact my judgment?
Implicitly, we say that combining responsibilities is hiring the threat. Now, to the question of does a non-assurance service hire the threat? Can be zero, can be no impact, but for some services, it might well be taken into consideration as an additional threat or a combination of threat. Okay, so
but the count,
here it's examples of combinations.
Yeah,
that the professional should be aware that implicitly have an impact on the level of threat. I don't think we have examples of things that might lower the basic threats of the assurance engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah. by combining an assurance engagement with something else to lower the threat. Maybe we have to think about it, but I don't see it so spontaneously. Yeah. So implicitly, we are expressing
An
elements
increase.
that add to the level of threat. But to what extent is not something absolute.
If I can add something, I think this is again an example. This is a principles-based code, right? And so we are providing the guidance for the practitioners to assess whether the specificities of the services that they're providing and the client to whom they're providing it to, does that increase the level of threats? But it depends on the type of non-assurance service that is being provided and cumulated with the sustainability assurance, right? It's also maybe again, it's very based on the particular situation, and I think it's very. I want to say it's not possible, but at least it would be very hard to cover, to say specifically this kind of non-assurance service will increase the level of a threat, because that depends on the situation. I think it would be the same case as we had on that other paragraph where we were saying if you have two sources of ethics provisions, this code and some other ethics code, you will need to find out in the particular situation that you're in if those provisions are they can be complied with at the same time and effectively. If there is one more stringent than the other, I think this is the same situation. It's very dependent on the concrete situation.
So maybe what I'm thinking now is perhaps to say to which non-assurance services are also provided and the nature of those services. Again, just a thought for your consideration, because
If I could just add, these are largely coming from the extent. So the work stream can consider adding words to it, but we do need to consider that as you add something here, people's gonna sometimes ask question, why is it then not added also back into the extent code? But also, there is an example underneath that's already highlighted there. It gives you a sense of, if a provider provides non-insurance services to an insurance client who is a PI, then they might be perceived to result in a higher level of threat. So it gives you a sense of what these three situations that we are talking about. So it does help the, a user to understand how to assess the level of threat. And of course, there's a fair amount of professional judgments required when you're assessing, the level of threats. But I guess Workstream 2 can have a think about this.
Thank you. I'll just jump in on this point. Well, first of all, Rani, I don't believe it is necessary to explain further how to apply those factors, at least factors A and B, because we have the guidance that's already highlighted in gray that gives a steer as to how the sustainability assurance practitioner would be expected to take into consideration those factors. For example, whether the client is a PI or not, etc. So it's already explained there. So there's enough guidance there. I think on bullet C, as you're raising this point, I sort of went back to the extent code, and I do think we've changed the meaning that is intended, at least if we wanted to maintain equivalency, because the extent provision says that the factor is more whether the client is a non-assurance client, which is a slightly different concept as compared with whether non-assurance services are being provided to the client. Because under the extent part 3, it is a consideration as to whether the client is perhaps an assurance client versus a non-assurance client. So if really we wanted to maintain equivalency, and that to my mind is much clearer to understand than whether there's going to be a judgment as to which non-assurance services is perhaps more or would draw in a higher level of public interest than another one, right? So
But as in
yes.
part 5, we address the fact that the client is an assurance, sustainability assurance client. It cannot be only a non-assurance services client. So compared to the extent code where
Yes.
this situation can happen and be dealt with.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct. But
So we twisted a little bit because we felt that, yes, having a combination of assurance engagement and non-assurance services can higher the threat without needing to qualify it. Now, listing kind of service, non-assurance services here, while we have a lot of discussion on non-assurance services in the independent sections, I don't know if we can think about the fact that it would add
Yeah.
something, but
my steer, Christelle, was actually to drop the bullet point. I
Yeah.
mean, I didn't extend my sort of my sort of explanations here, but it's more for the consideration of what, because if you drop it, then it just does away with would do away with a lot of the questions that Rania is, for example, raising.
Can I just add too, I guess if you drop it as well, you've already got the non-assurance services provisions that deal with all the threats that relate to non-assurance services provided to the client as well.
I want to add one thing that like prior to part 5, the extent code, basically it looks at services, assurance and non-assurance in the context of, financial services. So the deduction was almost obvious, but now you're talking about a much wider array of services, and so not the conclusion is not as clear. So I would go for your suggestion, which is to drop the bullet. That's what I would say.
Okay.
Because A and B are like, they go in the same direction. They increase the level of risk, whereas C, it can come across as a bit confusing. That's my suggestion.
But we're listing factors, so you consider that non-assurance services is not a factor. Having an assurance engagement plus non-assurance services is not a factor that increases the stress.
All I'm saying is that it's not, so, I mean, the way I see it, it's either you keep it, but then you would say to which non-assurance services are also provided and the nature of those services, because if they're all in the context of sustainability and different areas of sustainability, then they might be they don't really impact one another. So the deduction is not as evident as when in the context of an audit and related financial services like bookkeeping or taxation or other types of services. But here we're talking about a much broader.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
okay.
So not necessarily they
through
will impact. That's my
Okay.
point.
Okay, sorry, Andy's waiting for a long time. Andy, please.
No, thank you, Chair. And yeah, I'm just trying to think if it is a bit of a complex paragraph to look at. And so I had a couple points. I mean, first of all, in this latest discussion, the example underneath does actually have providing a non-assurance service as called out in the example. So if we got rid of C, I'm not quite sure how that would work. But I think I take on board the point that it's not whether merely a non-assurance service is provided, but whether and what nature that service is. So maybe you can expand on that. But with regard to A has, I'm trying to think what we meant. A has three things, right? It has a sustainability assurance engagement within the scope of the IES or an audit engagement, and whether the entity is public interest. Are each of those factors building up on each other, or are they really, in other words, would the list be easier to look at if they were separately broken out as an ABC? Because I'm concerned that when it's in one group, it might be complex for anyone to look at. And I was relating that to the example on the bottom, which called out specifically it being a pie. And to an extent, that's now buried in A. So anyway, that's something maybe for the work stream to consider as to whether A should be deconstructed into its components. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Just regarding that last note, and again, this is what we have in accents. I assume it's because PIs are only relevant when we're talking about audit engagements and therefore also the sustainability engagements that are subject to the independent standards, and that's why they're together.
No, and I do appreciate the extant, and if it wasn't for the extant, I would have edited the, for example, on the bottom. But, you know, this is going to be a lot of first-time readers who are going to look at it. And this is very hyper buzzwords for PAs. So with balancing the extant with it maybe being usable for non-PAs, I guess I'm asking if this could be an example. But I do appreciate the slope we get into if we start. I think if we list them out separately, and that's in the extant, I don't think that's a massive difference between the extant. I think it's a formatting issue. And it might be more useful for the non-PA.
Thank you, Andy. I tend to agree, but the work stream will see better. Ken, please. Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. Just on the in the gray shaded box, I didn't read it as necessary to have bullet C in order to refer to non-assurance service, because the gray shaded text can stand on its own. That's really just for workstream 2's consideration. I just wanted to go back to David's earlier point about the concept of due care. In a way, this concept is it has always been hidden because it's always been dominated by the concept of professional competence, and that has always been the foremost matter for consideration whenever we think about ethics and so forth. But it is an important concept that, as I say, tends to be a bit neglected. And I sort of like David's suggestion to consider giving it some prominence beyond just section 113, which is where it is. And if workstream 2 could consider putting it in the glossary, we already do this in relation to terms that are not so much defined. For example, the term safeguard is not defined, but there is a description of it in section 120. So if you look at how it's done with the term safeguard, maybe you could consider also doing it in relation to due care and bringing it the important sort of explanation that Jeff highlighted earlier.
Thank you, Ken. I fully agree. And we will let you speak without the card. I fully agree. First, I think that the concept of due care over the last years, say 10, 15, namely in companies law, corporate governance, and etc., has reached an incredible level of importance. Secondly, I would say that I would not be surprised if the firm culture and governance project would have at some point to come here to the due care concept, and then these connections will be very strong. So I fully support anything that we can do to take this fundamental principle and concept into the light. This is actually something that we might be wanting to speak this afternoon at the mid-year review, but I think that one strategic effort that this board has to make is to make the best use of the good things that we already have in the code, and like this concept have been left a little bit in the shadow and not so much highlighted. I think this is the time for us to do that, not only to develop standards, but to go back and see which good products we have and how we can reinforce their importance. So fully supportive of that approach, even if it doesn't mean much in terms of what we are doing now in this part of the code, but as something that we, going forward, we should take into consideration. Jeff, please.
Just quickly, thanks Ken and David for that point. So yes, the workstream 2 will have a look at this. But as we look at 113, as Ken have noted, that due care is generally tend to be hidden under professional competence. There's a lot of discussion about competence, so we need to think about if you just use the material that is already in 5113, how you break that up, because often the discussion, the guidance, it's about those two elements together. So it's not split up into, this is about JUPRO, so we need to have a think, just to let the board know, we will consider this, but we need to think about whether you can actually split it up without creating new, I guess, material in the glossary. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Laura, Christelle?
We take these on board and come back to you on Thursday. Take that.
Okay, so moving on to the NOCLAR section. So the first change that we made here since the September board meeting was regarding this new paragraph that we added when we're talking about what's the purpose of the discussions between the sustainability assurance practitioner that has identified a NOCLAR or a potential NOCLAR situation and management or those charged with governance. And what we had already in part 5 that comes from accent is to clarify the understanding of the facts and circumstances. And then we added a second bullet here regarding the communication that should be made or that could/should be made to any third parties to whom that NOCLAR situation might be relevant. And if you recall from previous discussions, this paragraph is added here to kind of a reminder of for management, for the entity itself, that it's their responsibility, not the practitioners, to make this communication of NOCLAR to third parties, even though we have further down below, we have the two-way communication between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor, but that's a plan B, really, because the plan A is the entity should make that communication to whomever is concerned. And so in rewording, we received a few comments here from board participants in September saying that because we were using the word responsibility, management's responsibility, and so there was a suggestion to look at the tax provisions, whether we could get some inspiration in terms of drafting from those revisions. We did find some paragraphs, but we couldn't just simply lift that the language that we use in the tax section, and so we kind of made our own. The work stream decided in rewording this paragraph to stray away from words that could imply a discretion or an absolute discretion from management or those charged with governance in making this communication to third parties. So we had the word remind, but remind was maybe too soft, and we had the word whether, and again, whether could be interpreted as a possibility instead of something that they really should consider doing. And so the wording that we have here is to consider any relevant parties that need to be informed about the matter, and by whom? By the entity itself, by management or those charged with governance. Again, we don't use the word responsibility, but we make clear that it's their responsibility. And we retain the examples of who those relevant parties might be: the auditor, other sustainability assurance practitioners. Yeah, so this was the rationale behind this new wording. We received an advanced comment suggesting this wording could be clarified. Again, not changing the intent or the content, but maybe make it more streamlined and consider splitting this long sentence into two sentences. And so that's what the workstream 2 is proposing, is an alternative wording compared to what was posted, is to consider any relevant parties that need to be informed about the matter by management or those charged with governance, and then saying such parties might include the auditor and or any other sustainability assurance practitioners that are performing a sustainability assurance engagement within the scope of the international independent standards in this part.
we need to give it a little bit
Yeah.
of time.
Yeah, maybe I'll just pause here for the consideration of the alternative wording. Again, it's the same thing that was posted, but just moving parts of the sentence to the end. Okay.
That,
Okay.
no comments, apparently. Okay.
Okay, so the next change that we made here compared to the September posted version is in the paragraphs under this heading of communication with respect to groups. And this was something that we also discussed in September, but relating to different paragraphs. And this is something that is that was triggered because we use the word components notably in these paragraphs, in these like 4 or 5 paragraphs under the communication with respect to groups. And as you may recall, we now have 2 definitions of component. One is a definition that is relevant for the purpose of the audit engagements, audit and review engagements. And the other one is relevant for the purposes of the sustainability assurance engagements. And when we are talking about this second definition of components, then we have 2 types of components, the group components and the value chain components. And so here we are talking about all these paragraphs under this heading are relating to sustainability assurance. And if we're talking about sustainability assurance, then we have 2 types of components, and we need to differentiate which one we're talking about. And if we don't, we're just scoping in both types of components. And that's why we've added group components in this paragraph, as well as point 17, point 18, and point 18.1. So it's just to clarify that we're talking about group components and not value chain components, because the heading is communication with respect to groups.
And it is no change in scope compared to the previous drafting, because before we only had one component. The value chain was not a component. Okay, so.
We also look, because again, this is part 5 is equivalent to the accent code. So we have exactly the same provisions in part 3 in 360 NOCLAR. And we have not made changes in respect of these same paragraphs in part 3. We have not added group in front of components in these paragraphs in part 3. Again, because in part 3, we are talking about audit engagements. And for that purpose, we only have one definition of components. So we don't need to differentiate. Again, okay. So now to the hot topic. So these 2 paragraphs, when we're talking about the communication of NOCLAR between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor. As you can see, there's no yellow highlight. We have made, we're not proposing any changes here compared to the September version. This is again because we acknowledge that there is a difference here in terms of this dual communication that is dependent on whether the practitioners belong to the same firm or different firms or the same network firm. And just to remind of where this started, the proposal in the ED was to treat this communication the same way. So basically, there was a requirement to consider communication in all circumstances, whether they belong to the same firm, network firm, different firms, etc. The thing is, we got from exposure a lot of mixed views and remarkably different views. We had, on the one hand, those respondents saying a requirement to consider communication is not enough. This should be strengthened to a requirement to communicate in all circumstances. And then we had on the opposite end, respondents saying this should not even be a requirement to consider. That is too strong. This should be only application material. And so what the work stream considered in looking at these different and mixed views was, okay, let's try a balanced middle ground approach, which is, by the way, what the extant code does, and say, okay, let's do a requirement to communicate in certain circumstances, which is when the practitioners both belong to the same firm, and let's retain the requirement to consider communication in the remaining circumstances. And that's why that's what we have in 18A and 18B. Again, and the work stream's proposal or understanding is that we now have 3 sections on NOCLAR. With part 5, we have the 260 for the PAIBs, we have the 360 for the PAPPs, we have the 5360 for sustainability assurance practitioners. Right now, all these 3 sections are aligned in terms of this communication, and so perhaps a better opportunity to look at these requirements in terms of communication of NOCLAR and make any changes would be a project where we can look at all of them holistically and together, and that could be the NOCLAR post-implementation review. Okay, so and another comment that we discussed at the September meeting, and which is also in the list of the public interest issues from the PIOB, is why are we not considering communication? So we're just considering communication between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor, but not between the sustainability assurance practitioner and potential other sustainability assurance practitioners that are performing sustainability assurance engagements for the same client, in the value chain. So again, in terms, this was also considered, the impact of the value chain in the section regarding NOCLAR was considered previously to issuing the ED. We followed the extant codes approach in terms of not, this is NOCLAR relating to the entity and not caused by third parties. And that's the approach that we took also in part 5. And in this situation, the value chain would be a third party. And so as a principle, as a matter of principle, the NOCLAR in 5360 does not include or consider NOCLAR in the value chain, even though we have the paragraph above saying this, that it's just NOCLAR caused by certain parties and they are listed. So everything that is outside of that list is not scoped in. But we say in that paragraph, nevertheless, the provisions in this section might be useful to dealing with NOCLAR, notably in the value chain. And the approach that we followed, or that we proposed in the ED regarding the value chain, and notably in this bit, was kind of a phased approach. So we realized this is a whole new part 5, a whole new 200 pages. There's a lot to take in already. So, and in complex situations like the value chain, we already have a whole section in terms of the independent standards. And perhaps this is something that we can first test what we are issuing now, and further on, we can evaluate how it's been taken on and how it's being adopted and implemented, and whether we need, or not need, but by when should we develop and strengthen the current provisions and add on to them. So again, this might be something that we perhaps don't need to do right away, and we can wait and test the standards out and maybe wait for the post-implementation review to see if that is a good occasion to include the value chain into the no-cloud provisions. Okay, the next change was in 5360.18BA2. This was just an editorial change. We just removed audit in front of engagement partner because the definition is engagement partner only. It's not audit engagement partner. So we just aligned it with the definition in the glossary. And we did the same in a few other paragraphs, like these two. 0.31 and 0.32 and 35A1. Okay, and that concludes the section on no-CLAR in part 5. I would maybe pause here for a bit before finalizing.
Yes, David, please.
Thank you. I know I was one of the people that really struggles a little bit with the differential between within a firm, network firm versus outside. I totally understand we're aligning it to no-CLAR, so in principle, I agree the consistency is really important. Can I suggest, though, that we add this topic to the monitoring that we've talked about, including from yesterday, rather than wait for a PIR? Because I think it's one of those things where there's been enough feedback on whether or not the level playing field or the lack of level playing field is in the public interest, that it would be helpful to monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We will consider it. I think that we still have to have we still must have a conversation about that proposal of establishing some kind of monitoring, and that would be a good opportunity. Thank you for the proposal. And Begoña, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, my comment is about these lines. We were insisting in having a more simple approach in which the communication was from both sides and not only specific for firms, for auditors or assurers in the same firm, but to all others. But we understand that this has been conditioned by the no-CLAR provisions in the no-CLAR. So we will not insist on that at the moment, but we will ask that please the no-CLAR post-implementation review should take place soon, the sooner the better. And then if this implies that there should be changes here, please take them as well into account. I was going to suggest about the monitoring group in this case that could also take into account, because waiting for a post-implementation review of the standard you are approving this week is going to take years. So it would be better first look at the post-implementation review of the no-CLAR, and then if the monitoring scheme works, then go in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Begoña. We will consider that with all the limitations that we will have with, this, as you say, a standard just approved, and which in this case will need a different kind of leverage from regulators than the sustainability standard, because the sustainability requirements to report and etc. are there already. That's not the case everywhere for the no-CLAR. So, but we'll see how it goes. But we'll take that proposal seriously and consider it when we discuss the possible establishing of a monitoring system or practice here. Ken, you want to speak? Sorry, I can see your card.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Just a couple of comments on no-CLAR, and thank you, Begoña, for really reminding the board of the importance of really examining this topic of communication within the network and outside the network. It is a critical issue, as we all appreciate. But equally, as you have remarked, it is also important to maintain that consistency with the extent standard, so that we're not creating some potential confusion in practice, as well as introducing a level of inconsistency in terms of practice, both relative to the audit and the sustainability assurance engagement. We're going to come back to the discussion of no-CLAR post-implementation review this afternoon as part of the strategy review. But I also want to really highlight that the topic of no-clock goes beyond just the issue of communication, and and what the post-implementation review is going to have to tackle is really a range of issues, starting first with the adoption of the standard, because that is, and even before we start to look at the specific areas or specific topics addressed under the standard, it is important to understand whether the standard has been adopted across the world. And anecdotal evidence would suggest that that is not yet the case. A number of jurisdictions are still on that journey of considering adoption. Equally, our understanding is that in some jurisdictions, even there is a lack of understanding or there's misunderstanding as to what the standard is intended to achieve. And because there is that concern that the standard is asking for whistleblowing, there's been already that sort of perception that it's going to be impossible to implement. So I think the post-implementation is going to be quite revealing, and it's going to be really important to get to the bottom of all the challenges that jurisdictions have been encountering in adopting the standard, and to understand what the board could do in response. So I just want to put that on the table so that the board is aware that this is going to be a very important and very strategic work stream, even though the standard has already been out in the market for a number of years.
I suspect that there will be external incentives soon for this standard to be much more relevant and better accepted. But I'll speak probably about that this afternoon, not here. So thank you, David and Begonia, and back to you, Christelle.
Yeah, thank you. So just to finalize, there were no changes after the 360, so which is the I'm sorry. Okay, we can, again, the changes in 5380 were just to align with the new definition of expertise, so removing an experience to align with the experts project, and the same here in this paragraph, in these two paragraphs. Then we go into the independent standards. There were no changes in the glossary. And so my suggestion is we go to the conforming amendments, where we had one change from the version posted and discussed at the September meeting, which is again in NOCLAR, but it's a much less controversial change. Even though it's here in the hot paragraphs, but we basically, it's related to this definition of engagement leader and the fact that it's very similar to engagement partner, and the fact that we use engagement partner when we're talking about audits and engagement leader when we're talking about sustainability assurance, and that an unfamiliar reader could potentially mix up these two terms. And so what we're suggesting here in 18A and B is just to add a clarification to, so we're not changing the term that is defined in the glossary, but we're just reminding them, because we're using leaders, so we're talking about the person who is responsible for the sustainability assurance engagement. So they're not confusing it with the other similar term, engagement partner. And so that's an additional clarification that we've included here in A and B. Yeah, and these are the confirming amendments in the independent standards. And so that concludes the assurance part and the things that I wanted to present. So in case, just checking if there are any comments here. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to John.
Thank you very much, Laura and Christelle. This was a very good conversation. But I see, Begonia, do you still want to speak? Okay. No. Okay, so with this, we will move to the part of the ethics provisions or amendments for sustainability reporting. And John?
Thank you, Gabriella. So I just wanted to walk through Chapter 4. So these are the proposed sustainability reporting related revisions to the extant code, so parts 1 to 3 of the extant code. At the September meeting, we only had a handful of comments from the IESBA participants, and so we'll walk through those. I'll follow the same methodology as Laura did. So the markups are from the exposure draft, and the yellow highlights are changes from the September board meeting. Again, there's only a handful of amendments from the September board meeting. So with the sections where there are no changes, I'll move through those but won't pause. But obviously, if there's anything you wanted to raise, just put up your card or stop me as we go through. So in relation to section 100, there were no changes from the September board meeting. Also, section 200, there were no changes from the September board meeting. Also, section 210, no changes from the September board meeting. In section 220, in paragraph 220.3A2, a minor amendment to the example that relates to sustainability information. One of the participants at the board meeting in September commented that we should also include business models to align to a couple of the descriptions to the definition of sustainability information. So we've added that reference to business models and just swap the order of a couple of the services and products just to align to those descriptions. The next change relates to paragraph 220.4A3. So this was an example that was added after the exposure draft and the comments received. So it's an example of a breach to section 220.4CI, which is around exercising professional judgment to represent the facts accurately and completely in all material respects. And the example also draws on some of the content on confirmation bias in section paragraph 120.12A2. A couple of the comments we received at the September meeting was that the example is relating to placing excessive weight on particular corroborating information, and that the example could be improved or strengthened by emphasising that the professional accountant is also underweighing or discarding the contradictory evidence. Another comment related to that the example is trying to, around excessive reliance on certain information, but there might be legitimate reasons for doing that in certain circumstances. So the suggestion was to also refer to that being an undue weight or undue reliance. So the work stream 2 was proposed these amendments to that example to refer to it being an undue weight and also insufficient weight on the other information that contradicts the corroborating information.
Yes.
I really like this example. I guess you can't hear my thoughts, so I guess I should just tell you I've been looking at this many times to determine if a but insufficient weight should be or insufficient weight, because I don't know if you overweight the things that corroborates that necessarily mean you don't necessarily but put insufficient weight on the others. So I didn't know if it was really this or this, which means this and or this. But so could you please look at that?
No problems, anybody. Have a look at that. The next one, we received a couple of comments on this example in 220.5A1, which is in the fourth bullet point there. It's around selecting, omitting or obscuring opportunities, risks or impacts as part of a materiality assessment in order to misrepresent. So the comment we received that this relates to purposeful actions, and it should be made more clearer that it is a purposeful action. So the workstream 2 had another look at this example, and we don't think there is a need to make a change to make it clearer because for a couple of reasons. So first of all, I'm just sorry about a sec. The lead into the actual list of examples, it talks about examples where discretion might be misused. So it's always talking about misuse, and it's also talking about inappropriate outcomes. And then within the example itself, it talks around omitting or obscuring, and also in order to misrepresent the sustainability information. So we think there's a number of indicators to highlight that it is an inappropriate action, or the intent is to mislead. So we didn't propose to make any changes to that example. There were no other comments or changes relating to section 220, but I'll just pause at the end of that section just to ensure there's no other comments.
David, please.
Thank you. Very, very small one, John. Instead of saying selecting on that one where it's omitting, you could just simply say selectively omitting or overlooking. Right, because that's what we're talking about, selectively omitting, obscuring opportunities, risks, or impacts. Just a suggestion.
Okay, we'll have a look at that, David, no problem. I think it's referring to three separate things though, because it's talking about selecting opportunities, risks, or impacts, or it's omitting opportunities, risks, or impacts, or obscuring. But with the purpose to misrepresent. So you're actually, there's one option is you might be selecting a particular opportunity, risk or impact in order to misrepresent that sustainability information. So I think it's three potentially separate actions. Okay, we'll move on to the next section, which is section 240, and there was no changes from the September board meeting. Same with section 270, also no changes from the September board meeting. Then on to section 300. There's a minor change here, which is actually after what was posted for this meeting. It's just a minor editorial for consistency where we've made other references to sustainability information or in the inclusion of a sustainability information in other parts of these provisions. So there's no change to the context. It was just an editorial for consistency. And the last comments that we received at the September board meeting related to paragraph 300.7A4. So one of the comments we received at that board meeting was to make it clearer that the threat relates to not having or not being competent. So Workstream 2 reviewed that example again, and we think that it's more in relation to it relates to the evaluation of the threat. So the identification of the threat has already occurred, and it could result from a couple of different things or maybe multiple things that creates the threat. So it could be due care. So there's a couple of examples provided in there. It could be due care in the sense that you're trying to meet a low fee or quote, or alternatively, it could actually be a competence aspect. But both of these could or the evaluation of these threats could both be impacted by whether there might be multiple suppliers that are dispersed, or there might be various different reporting frameworks. So we don't think it's about the identification of the threat, it's actually the evaluation of the threat, and that these qualitative and quantitative characteristics could impact that evaluation. But we also do think it is something that we could flesh out a bit more in the FAQs that we prepare to explain what this evaluation and these quantitative and qualitative characteristics mean in that respect. So there were no other changes to section 300. Also 310, no changes. Section 320, also no changes. And also 330, also no changes. And that brings us to the end of the sustainability reporting revisions. So we'll just pause there if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, John. Are there any comments from members? Okay, this concludes not only the work stream presentation, but the discussion on the three legs of this big project of the last 2 years, which is sustainability, ethics standards for sustainability reporting, ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance, and the use of the external experts. Does anyone want to say anything? Because I must say, we will break for lunch in a few minutes. I will allow me to use a few minutes of the first part of this afternoon session just for us to have a wrap-up conversation about this package. And I think it's better that you eat before than to put this conversation between yourself and the lunch. But if there is still anything that you want to point out, any comment, any suggestion on any of the three parts of the project, this would be a good time without precluding the possibility of doing so until the very last minute. But, well, I think that we had a very good conversation and analysis of everything that is being proposed. So I think that we are now ready to break. If there are no comments and no questions and no suggestions, thank you very much. We will break now, this time for a little longer than usual, so 1 hour and 50 minutes. So we'll be back at 1:15, if it's okay. It will provide you with relaxed time, I hope, and we will reconvene at 1:15 for the mid-cycle review after a brief conversation, final wrap-up conversation around the sustainability and experts. Okay? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to this second part of the second day of the board meeting. And I hope that you had a good lunch. And before we dive into the next topic, which is the anticipated topic on the mid-cycle strategy review, I'd like just to have a brief conversation with this board about the package of standards that we will approve next Thursday. So we spent the first day this Thursday, yeah. So we had a good discussion during yesterday and today about the three parts of the project. On work stream 1, the discussion was a little bit longer. But I think that we, I hope, are very well positioned for a very good output and a very good outcome this Thursday. But before we close, because on Thursday it's going to be the voting, so you are going to present the final proposals, but it's the voting. I'd just like to ask this board at this point in time, if you are ready to respond, otherwise I can make the question again next Thursday or this Thursday. and I think this is the moment for us to be, again, a little bit more strategic after having spent hours diving into the wording, the drafting, the structure, and etc. To go back to the objectives of these projects, the purpose, the objectives that we define for ourselves, and also to think about this journey, the journey that we went over these last 2 years, but mostly over the last months and weeks. And I have a very specific question for you, and I'd like some responses from you about whether you think that where we got response to the stakeholders' needs and requests, if we are really meeting our objectives, if this is now a standard that reflects everything that we listened to, the way we responded. Of course, not pleasing everyone. I'm not asking that. If you think that the objectives have been achieved, if we are ready to go out with something that meets the initial objective and the initial purpose. And I think that this message is at least important for me because all the words and the drafting were extremely helpful and important. But I think that before we go to a vote, I need to hear from you, or not hear if you're not ready, or if silence means agreement or whatever. But I think that this is important for us as a board to say yes or no. This is what we wanted to have. This responds to the defined objectives. This responds to our stakeholders' requests, needs, etc. Of course, with all the limitations, and if this responds to the public interest above all. This is the main question that I have for you. Maybe you'll tell me, well, we are not ready. We need to see the final version of the standards. But I think that after all we have been through, the discussions and the amendments will be details, important details in a big project. So anything that you might want to say at this point would be helpful and important. Otherwise, we will leave this conversation for Thursday, anticipating that it may not be the right point because there we are going to vote. So it's really the last moment. David, thank you.
Thank you. What I would share is, from my perspective, I'm quite comfortable that in principle, we've addressed all of the matters that have been raised and that we've done so, I think, on all three projects in a really thoughtful way. I agree, the detail is going to be very important for the Thursday vote, but I don't see personally any significant gaps or issues or public interest issues that we haven't addressed or that could potentially, from my point of view, limit the vote on Thursday. So I think the three work groups have done a fantastic job and they've listened attentively. And I know our feedback sometimes has been hard, but I would say they've been very responsive, not just to the board, but also to the outreach that has been done all around the world, I think quite largely. So I'm quite comfortable.
Thank you very much, David, for those reassuring words and position. Anyone else wants to express any sentiment or opinion or whatever? Rania, please.
Okay, so I certainly second David's comment. I think we've done a great job in terms of addressing stakeholder responses and so on. However, I'm just wondering if, from an implementation point of view, if the standard is going to create or certain challenges, especially for, let's put it this way, jurisdictions that are less sophisticated than, for example, Europe or North America, or especially when it comes to the value chain requirements. So I think the standard is an excellent one. Do not misunderstand me. I think it's perfect. I think that, I mean, yeah, I think I'm said.
Thank you, Rania. I think we are all aware of those challenges, and we have been trying to address them the best way possible through the changes that are still being made and discussed, but also by agreeing in putting in place some kind of mechanism to address any possible challenges in that respect. That's the status of the conversation today. Vania, please.
Thank you. I think that the standards that we are to approve are not only very important, but timely, because the world is walking towards the possibility of reporting sustainability. I think that a big problem that we'll face is if everyone expect perfect reports in the first period of application. It will be a learning curve, and we'll be learning to that. But what I understand, it will make it much more complicated than report the value chain, is not to have the support of assurance and ethics in order to have transparency in a higher level circumstance. The reporting of value chain is something that comes and goes all the time, because people in general think that reporting value chain, it means that it will be reporting my supplier, my client within my report. It's much more something that we received from TCFD standard, and TCFD does not have this purpose. What it tries to avoid is a company to say, I'm the good one, my supplier is the one who is polluting or has bad behavior. And so it is much more a question of the company making sure with whom it is doing business in order to guarantee that they are not financing a counterpart that has bad behavior. So I think that what we are doing here is very important in order to give this kind of environmental circumstance for reporting. And of course, there are something that along the time you realize might be made in a different way, but we will learn that together. And I think that the world cannot wait for what we will be providing with these standards.
Thank you very much, Vania. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo the comments by Vania, Rania, and David. And I would like to add that I arrived to this project when it had already started. I was not there in Abu Dhabi when you kicked this going on. And I've seen the work of the 3 work streams, and I've seen the level of passion with which we have discussed some very technical aspects and the care that many of you have put in the unforeseeable consequences that we could face, because this is a moving target. And I understand that maybe previous standards were much more comfortable for this board in terms that the target was fixed, has been there for 50 years. There was not this challenge. And I think if this board wants to become strategically move into a different place from where it was, it will have to face more and more of these challenges where we are not exactly sure whether what we are doing will be perfect 100% in the future. If we look at the number of pages and we are in agreement, I think 100% on 99% of the pages, and there is 1% where some of us are still not completely sure that this is going to work in every possible scenario in the future. And my previous experience of standard setting was much less strict than this. And the world didn't collapse, and we were able to adjust and make amendments to the standard quickly to recognize there was something that went wrong, or the target moved in a different direction, and we were out of scope or out of we were not measured, or we were including too much, including too little. But from what I've seen and the discussions we have we have had. At least I'm convinced that we have come to the most reasonable accommodation of the different perspectives, especially on these very complex issues. So I personally, without being an auditor, I'm comfortable that we're getting there, and I would be happy to support the work, the fantastic work done by the 3 work streams.
Thank you, Hector. Paul, please.
Very much looking to add my voice to the positivity. It's just the way that Hector's put it. We are at a fundamental turning point, and we need to kind of provide a bit of direction setting. I had the luxury of having my first meeting being in Abu Dhabi, and the spirit and ambition we had there. How do we make sure that we don't, as you put it, Chair, yesterday, lose the forest to the trees? The detail can make us kind of drill down into non-movement, and this is a time for movement. And it's so critical for us to really take those first steps to really start giving a sense of the work that's been done by the work streams is a very strong starting point to build from. But unless we start, we will get nowhere. So I just really want to encourage us to take those challenging but brave decisions to move and start going towards optimization once we have something. It definitely needs work, but it needs to exist to be worked on. It's too theoretical now, and really support that fantastic work that's been done to get us to where we are, and really look forward to seeing how we can explore mechanisms to, once it goes live, start assessing, building pillars for that monitoring and rapid response. Because we need to work. We've thought a lot. We've engaged a lot. We now need to get down to execution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. And your message, your insistent message these 2 days about the need to start, to move, will be very well noted and retained. So welcome, Amajit. I think it would be unfair to ask you whatever I could ask at this point in time, but just for you to be on board what we are speaking about here. We had discussions over the last 1.5 days about the 3 projects, the 2 on sustainability and experts, and it was just like a very quick wrap up before we go to the voting in 2 days. If anyone has anything strategic or a big concern or a big question or a big adherence or whatever to what is on the table, which is not final yet because the work streams are still working on the finalization. So this is where we are, and I'm gonna not be too much demanding to you and request your contribution, but that's where we are.
Sorry, I'm late. I couldn't attend yesterday, and today also I've missed half a day. Apologies for that, but good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, and we understand the reasons why the reasons why we were late, and thank you for having provided your comments in written form, which was also helpful. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I certainly am taking those comments on board. And this discussion of unintended consequences came up, and that is a concern of mine because there have been some massive changes to the text. Now, if we have 3 documents, I think we could say we've had more refinements to the expert section, more refinements to the workstream 2 section, but workstream 1 has had some pretty massive refinements to the text in terms of what we sent out or what we've discussed at prior meetings. Now, we have been doing outreach with groups, and we have received some feedback. So I think in terms of due process, I'm okay with that in terms of the due process, which I think I understood was your question. However, I am not convinced about the unintended consequences because of the massive changes in text and my concern about how they all fit together. And I think I sometimes don't respond well to superlatives because I'm not insisting that anything be 100% accurate. And issues that I've raised, I think, fall far more considerably than just that 1% or not 100% accuracy. I'm very concerned about those, and I'll continue to express my views. Nor do I think that if we issue this standard, even if we don't however we issue it, the world won't collapse no matter what we do. So I do understand that as well. So I think in terms of the discussion going on is from a due process perspective, that if the board believes that the text that's been circularized has been properly consulted and you make your decisions based upon that, then I am satisfied from a due process perspective. Having said that, I have expressed some significant difference. I have expressed a lot of differences. Many of them do fall into the camp of making it just more perfect, and some of them fall in the camp of what I believe are fatal flaws. So I can certainly live with and always do live with the ones that I don't want perfection to get in the way of our progress. But I have watched our PI project, which was such a narrow scope project, very closely coordinated with the IEESB. And there have been discussions about unintended consequences or misunderstandings for a series of paragraphs that are limited in number. And now we've got a very big document. So that's the challenge I have, is to make sure I want to launch this into the world, and I want it to be successful, because I have always spoken that I think the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is a robust reporting standards on sustainability issues, a assurance that makes the financials, that makes those disclosures reliable, and that they were ethically sound and constructed. So, I mean, I'm all in favor of that, but not so much that that if I have grave concerns, that I'll keep those to myself. But I think you all know that I've been sharing them. So anyway, I hope that was responsive to what you were asking in terms of the spirit of the conversation we have going on here.
Absolutely, Andy, and thank you for that. First, because the left side of the table was silent, so you you said something. I'm kidding, but no, you were responsive. Of course, this was not a question about anything specific, but just giving the board the opportunity before we go to a vote on this Thursday, before we go to a vote, to say anything that you might want to say, because this was such a long project. This has been such an important project that I would not be comfortable with just going to a vote. Let's see, we made these adjustments, and then let's go to a vote, because by that time it will be not the time to make any other changes or to express any concerns. There is a moment to be on the details. There is a moment to look at the big picture and think, what have we done? Is this right? Is this in line with what we had dreamed of, with our objectives, with our purpose? And this is more, if anyone has any concern, it's nothing special, but really giving the board this opportunity that, of course, you take if you want, and if you don't, and I'm not putting any pressure on anyone. Well noted, very well understood, I think, at least by me, and we'll move. Laurie, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Gabriella. And just to be brief, but to reiterate some things people said, I'm comfortable with where we are. And again, it's not that I don't have things I might say differently, but I think tremendous progress has been made to listen and move things forward. So subject to finishing the next day or two of revisions. What I would say is I think the breadth and complexity of what's been done in the last 2 years is extraordinary. And by its nature, there are going to be things, whether we call them unintended consequences or practitioner struggles with how to implement, that are going to emerge. And I think the monitoring point that was brought up yesterday is very important. But I also think it's not just monitoring, it's a change in board protocol and mindset. And I think we just need to build in the agility to triage those issues reasonably quickly and repair them, because I think it will have a big impact on the credibility of the standard. And I think from a practitioner standpoint, if people feel like, hey, look, you know, the way this works in practice and what we're seeing is a real problem, and we can address those quickly, I think it deals with a lot of the anxiety level. So I won't be here, but I would suggest, I use the word triage by design because I really do think we have to build a triage model and a protocol around how we'll move those things through and along, because we're in uncharted territory and we haven't been there before like this. So but I wish everybody the best of luck on that part of it, but I think you'll be very good at that. I'll be watching from on
And we
camera.
will be probably consulting with you as well. Mark, please.
Thank you. Just one comment from me, really in support of what Laurie just said, and that is the last 2 years, from a standard setting perspective, we've moved at a pace that standard setting has never really moved at before. And I suppose the thing that strikes me is the construct that we have of a quarterly board meeting, of the construct of working groups periodically coming together, of additional calls to get board direction and input and steer. You can really feel all the bolts shake because we've made the process work almost sort of beyond what it was ever designed for. So I really would endorse Laurie's comments, because I think that we've done our utmost to get to a point where we can, I think, have confidence in what we put to the board to get a view. But actually, if I was winding the clock back 2 years, I wouldn't do it like this again. Because I think we recognise that some of the best discussions we've had have been the really substantive discussions over the trickiest parts of all of the proposals, where suddenly, as a result of being able to draw on the diversity and the views and the experience of all of the board, we've suddenly found a way forward. And it does strike me that maybe just from a project perspective, there is so much to learn from the way in which all 3 of these projects have been delivered over the last 2 years in quite an unprecedented way.
Thank you, Mark. I agree with you. And I think that this is in my mind, and we will have the opportunity to do it. But I think that we should not miss this opportunity of reflecting of what these 2 years have been, and what we have done and how we have done, and take the lessons and bring the lessons forward for the future. And there are very good lessons to learn in all senses. So I think that we as a board should give ourselves that opportunity of reflection and taking takeaways. Christelle, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I concur to almost everything that has been said today about the status where we are. So it was a hard time. It was very learning curve a project. I think I'm always turning to the future, in fact. So in 2 days, I'm quite confident that we're going to get to the point where we committed ourselves to be 2 years ago. And I think now the demonstration of our ability to address the remaining issues or the discovered issues is going to be in the way that we help support implementation and monitor unintended consequences or practical situations that we did not imagine would occur. And this is also a new way to work with the board, but I think it is strategic to express this quite quickly, how we want to support implementation, monitor the issues, etc., because it is going to be a factor of endorsement, acceptation, and lower level of pushback eventually. But I'm quite happy where we are now.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. I want to go back to the value chain. I mean, in a sense, IESBA didn't create the value chain. The reporting standards created it, and then the assurance standards talked about how to assure it. So what IESBA has done is now coming up with ethics and independent standards to make the whole framework work. So, I mean, in a sense, I think the other two boards have done their part and moved away, and seems like we are now holding the baby and have to answer to various questions, some of which we didn't create. I think under the circumstances, the value chain has been addressed to the best of our ability, and we are still doing changes and hopefully come up on Thursday with a acceptable proposal. And I think to Laurie's idea, we need to figure out a way to respond faster when issues come up, as you know, people start trying to implement it. And I don't know whether it's a help desk to answer questions or some manner where it could be dealt with quickly. And if there needs to be a change done to the standard, maybe we have a faster process than going through 6 months of due process. I think we need to think of those mechanisms. I mean, going back to the process we have gone since Abu Dhabi, you know, the global roundtables, the extensive engagement that the various work streams have had, and like even the chairs have had with stakeholders, I'm sort of quite comfortable that we have done all that we can to listen and take input and come to our final position.
Thank you, Chana. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you that made a great effort to create this ESA in a short period of time. As you know, I joined IESBA this January when the ED was ready, and I imagine there was quite a hard work till the ED was ready. But I was also impressed how the people respond to the comments that was provided to the ED, and how you diligently responded to those comments. I was quite impressed of that. And I think the current ESA is quite reasonable. And also it's the best that IESBA can provide at this moment. But why I couldn't comment till now was, but still I believe issue will come up. So while I say it's reasonable, that doesn't mean that there won't be any issue after issuing. So that hesitated me to comment till now. But as when Rory made a good suggestion, and I think we should be prepared how to respond when the issue comes up. Anyway, this was a new challenge for IESBA, and also it's a new challenge for the world sustainability. So I think the board has done the best and a great job for finalizing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Sadia, please.
The good thing about not going first or going towards the end is that lots of people have said lots of things eloquently. So I agree with all the strategic issues that have been put forward. I think the board has done a great job in getting to this point, as well as gearing up for the next stages. We already have an adoption and implementation working group that's going to be looking at these items. We're talking about implementation guidance, rollout. So while we're gearing up for a vote, I don't think the work stops here. I think the work continues and the conversation becomes more robust. We're all waiting for the final documents so we can make this call. But at the moment, I don't see a concern because all the items that are key touch points are already known. Views have been expressed, and we have sufficient time to meet some consensus and sufficient time to review and vote. So I don't think that we're under a time constraint, which was a concern before yesterday. So I basically have my support and looking forward to a vote. Maybe I can ask a question. In anticipation for Thursday, are we having 2 votes or 3 votes? So
I think that's a good question. I think that Sadia's question is whether we are going to vote the 2 sustainability standards separately, right? Or in together. Ken.
Yes, it is a procedural question. It is 1 vote to your question, Sadia, but we will have a show of hands around the table to close off the document for further discussion.
Thank you, Ken. So it was your question, right? Rich, please. Thank you, Sadia. I don't know if you finished. Yes, Rich, please. Rania. Yes, I was okay. Rania.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to once again reiterate, honestly, I think everybody here has expressed so, eloquently all the thoughts that have been going through my mind about this. I just want to say that I fully appreciate what Chana said. I think like you're 100% on point. And also to echo what Tomoyo said, I think given the situation, given that value chain reporting and assurance, are there and we're trying to respond to them, I don't think we could have landed in any other better place. Notwithstanding that might create adoption implementation, but to pick up on the ideas put forth, I think we're going to really have to come up with, as Lori said, protocols for monitoring to be able to respond, mechanisms. We're going to have to deal with this. I think this is going to be crucial to deal with this in a very different and innovative way, and to be very quick to respond in terms of what needs to be done, if anything needs to be changed, and in terms of capacity and support implementation, and not just to the implementers, but rather also to the entire ecosystem, because I think at the end of the day, overall monitoring and I think this goes beyond the reporting and the assurance providers. We need to consider, providing support to the broader ecosystem wherever it is needed, because for this to succeed, it's going to need, the entire all our stakeholders to be working together and to be on board. And so I think my suggestion is for us to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Rich, please.
Yeah, thinking about the public interest, 24 months ago or so, stakeholders, including those who have roles in the oversight of this board, asked for a suite of standards, and they did this in writing, for a reporting standard, an assurance standard, and an ethics and independence standard. And that to have those standards be applicable for the reporting the information and the assurance over that information with appropriate independence, so that there was trust and confidence in the marketplace, regardless of who did the work, the assurance work, profession agnostic. And I believe the respective standard setting bodies have met that request, and we're about to do the same on Thursday, I think, with what we'll issue from a sustainability standpoint. And while we went through due process and we got a lot of comments on the comment letter or the exposure draft, we have continued to get stakeholder input, some of it written, much of it verbal. My concern isn't that we haven't lived up to what we were asked to do in the public interest. My concern that aspects of this that are outside our control, such as adoption by the appropriate authorities in whatever jurisdiction it is not going to happen for a variety of political and other reasons, and perhaps even commercial reasons. And I think that would be a problem. I don't think that will be in the public interest. And so hopefully other parties who are part of this ecosystem will continue to push for proper adoption. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rich, because I think you touched upon a very, very important topic. This can be the best standards ever, but if they are not adopted, and this is not for us to ensure, but for others, and it's not only one group of stakeholders, it's a lot of group of stakeholders who should be involved in this. Luigi, please.
I was one of the enthusiastic supporters of this project, and still I am. During the project, though, there was something unexpected, which was the change in the paradigm for a standard setter, which was up to that time based on observation of the reality and then defining proper approach to address the reality and to dictate the proper behaviors and so on. For a certain part of our project, we now are watching at the future, making assumption, reliable or not, we will know in 2-3 years, whatever it would be, and then trying to set up framework to respond to the public interest in our best knowledge and belief, to rephrase what we said today. This is really an area of my significant discomfort, because we are now writing requirements, application material, and framework, which, at least for a part, but a very significant part, we don't know whether it is adequate, proper, or will prove to be the right one in a period that could be short or long. It depends about the development of these matters in the reality. So this is why you probably noted from in the last month and also yesterday, I was so vocal with these specific items that are trying to define a framework for the future that we don't know. And really, this is the area where I'm really not comfortable so far. I'm still trying to identify potential issues and to try to provide my contribution to deal with these potential unintended consequences as I am able to identify. I'm not sure I will be complete in this exercise, but I count on the other board member, of course. So I am almost happy. I know that it is not the duty of this board to make me happy, but I'm almost happy. And still I have some areas of concerns, as let's say, it was evident from my comments I provided during this process. So I think that we have still a couple of days to go through everything, or at least one day to go through everything. And I hope to be in a position to be more comfortable, even though I will not be 100% satisfied. Just to be clear, I'm not referring to the seriousness and that everyone put in this project, because it is not the case. It is really, what it is really concerning me is that a part of this exercise we are doing is really about facts that we hope to know, but we are not really knowing.
Thank you, Luigi. Yes, that is true. But I think it's something that we have in common with others who moved forward in this space, in the sustainability. It's all an unknown reality. We don't know what we don't know. I agree with you. So we are always in this tension between starting, as Paul says. If we don't start, we will never know, and not knowing and being humble and responsive enough to recognize, and this is not a sign of vulnerability, uncertainty, lack of confidence, etc. Recognizing that there are parts of this story that we don't know and that we need to be ready to recognize them and do what we need to do in accordance. And I will refuse any kind of reading of this this attitude that we are apparently taking here. Let's monitor, let's do, which was your proposal and a very good one, by the way, Luigi, as a sign of lack of confidence in our own job. On the contrary, I think that maturity, professionalism, and responsiveness takes humbleness and recognition that we don't know everything and we can't say that everything that we do is perfect. This is what characterizes professionalism and maturity and responsiveness. At least this is my vision. So I think that we are this conversation is good, is very good, and that's exactly what I wanted from you before the moment where we are voting and we are more constrained about this. And because between now and Thursday, we still have 1 day and a half, which is a lot of time for this board. It's a life. So Ken, finally.
Thank you very much, Chair. I won't be very long. I think much has been said around the table here, and this has been a journey, as so many board members have been keen to reminisce in terms of all the contours we've taken and the detours as well, and the ups and downs, and and going through the seas and flying over the mountains and what have you. So it's been a journey of amazing amazing excitement, I would say. We're not there yet. We still have a day and a half, as you say, Chair. We still have a board vote to take. But I wanted to really flag two important considerations, and I think Chana or whoever mentioned it, that, or maybe it was Rich, that the call was made and the expectation was made very clear to this board to step up to the plate. And that spoke really to two key issues, to my mind anyway, about this board being a leader in the field of ethics standard setting on a global basis. And secondly, that call spoke to the relevance of this board in responding to stakeholder expectations and to the public expectations to have standards that will support, that will underpin trustworthy sustainability reporting and assurance. And if the board had not done that, and if the board had been timid in really taking little steps, it would never have gotten to where we are today, right? So that spoke, as you mentioned, Chair, to the boldness of this board, the courage that it took, and certainly the courage of this board's conviction that it has an important role to play when it comes to ethics and advanced standards. So I think these are two important considerations, but also I thought that the matter of active monitoring that came up yesterday, and of course that also we were reminded today as part of the sharing, this couldn't be more timely, because precisely as we close off this session, we're going to go into the mid-cycle strategy review. Over the past 2 years, as we all know, the task forces has been really laser focused on getting those standards ready. And yes, one can understand then that the matter of monitoring how those standards will be adopted and implemented in practice, etc., wasn't quite on everyone's minds or radar screen. But it's right now, it's the right moment in time to be raising the thought. And indeed, it came naturally as part of the board discussion, which is good, because it just shows that this board is very alert to how those standards are going to be rolled out and how they're going to be implemented, and what sort of questions, issues, concerns might arise once the standards are out in the market. So the timing is right, and it couldn't dovetail more perfectly with, like I said, the discussion on mid-cycle strategy review, as well as the ANI working group session that we will have, I think, tomorrow. Tomorrow. So I think that's good, and maybe I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you all for these responses. Again, I did not want to force anyone to say anything, but to give an opportunity to the board. And I think that these moments are important because it's when we step back and think about what we are doing here. All the voices are heard here at this board. They are all welcome, irrespective of the perspectives and the positions and the opinions. And this is what makes our richness. So I think that we will take this 1.5 days to do, if possible, even anything that can lead us to an even better result. But I'm personally absolutely confident that we have not only done our best, but that we have come up with we will come up with something relevant, significant, impactful, high quality, not perfect, and fortunately, because otherwise it would be from the other world. So, and I'm also hopeful about this, and I'm very excited about these proposals coming to the table about new ways of working. We have been innovating a lot, and this is not innovation for the innovation, is showing how much this board is responsive to the needs, to our responsibilities. The fact that we created this group on adoption and implementation, it was at the start a very timid proposal. Not immediately well understood by everyone, but I think it's clear by now that it's, and we will see in the next discussion, one of the most important things that we will have to do over the next times, to say the least, and that we cannot just, give birth to the baby and then abandon the baby and hope that someone takes it and adopts it and takes care of it. It's our responsibility as well. But this proposal, Luigi, again, that you made yesterday, I think it's making in a very quick way around the board. I already have some proposals, concrete proposals of how we can take forward. Of course, we will have to discuss it and agree on it the best way possible. But it was really contagious because everyone is, I think, accepting that very well. It's completely new for us, but I'm sure that it's going to make its way in very quickly. So this is wonderful, and this shows the quality of this board and the richness of being diverse and really serving the public interest, which is clearly what we are all doing here, and I have no doubts about it. So thank you, and I think this gives us a very good segue for the next discussion because it's not very different from what we are speaking here, but putting it in practice. So the next topic is the topic that we had planned to discuss tomorrow, but given how successful and disciplined we were this morning, we managed to save some time. And I hope that this will give us enough time to discuss a very important topic in the agenda that in between all the approvals and discussions that we would have to have on the standards could not have enough time, but with this we will have enough time for it. And this discussion is a presentation and a discussion on our mid-cycle strategy review, which is another moment of accountability, which is a word that is, for me, fundamental. We are going to see where we are in meeting the objectives, the schedules, the timelines, the purposes that we set up in our strategy and work plan 24-27, and how we plan to move forward and to do what we plan to do over the next times. It's about priorities, of course, but it's not priorities just because of the time. It's priorities because we are observing what's happening around. We are observing our own board, and I'm sure that there will be reflections about how this board has developed and progressed over the last times. And maybe we need to change a few things a little bit. And I think that there will be a few ideas floating here at the table about the need to go faster, the need to go not that fast, to stop, to think, to consolidate, or keep on moving with the developing standards, all these things. It's the time for us to think about ourselves as a board. The next year is going to be a new chapter. These standards will be finalized, and we will have still a lot to do on adoption and implementation, but we will really start a new cycle or a new phase, a new chapter of this strategy and work plan. And this is not anything that the chair or the chair and the staff or even the chair and the planning committee should decide alone. We need you to contribute actively to this for this discussion. So We all have a presentation from the staff. Jeff and John will drive us through a very short presentation. The short presentation is mostly about where we are, like an update of the projects, which is what you know. Some words about the work streams which are due to commence or continue shortly, and a discussion about prioritizing, defining what we want to do, what we don't want to do, and when over the next times, and why. And the reasons are as important or even more important than what we are going to do. So, Jeff, if you want to start the presentation, or John. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriella. Good afternoon, everybody. So starting off, we would just like to give you an if I can get this moving. There we go. To provide you with an update of the Stakeholder Advisory Council's meeting that was held at the beginning of November. We were asked the members to share their views on the IESBA's strategic focus, as well as the work plan going forward for the period 2025 to 2027. So just an overarching comment that we did receive from one of the members was the commending the IESBA on the topics that was included in its work plan, or strategy and work plan, as the relevance as it relates to what's happening in practice. On the ongoing projects relating to the sustainability as well as the use of external experts pending the approval of the standards in during this meeting, the members gave support for the focus on the adoption and implementation of these standards. And also on the firm culture and governance topic, the initiatives that is also going to be discussed tomorrow, emphasizing that this is a very, very important project. And they did suggest some linkages with other projects that's included in the strategy and work plan, and that's highlighted on the slide is the audit firm and audit client relationships, as well as the business relationships work streams included in the work plan. On the new work stream on the role of the CFO and other senior professional accountants in business, some of the members highlighted that the evolving role of the CFOs due to technology is also is very pertinent, and also suggested prioritizing this project. On the post-implementation reviews, there was a significant support for prioritizing this project as well, and with some support from the members on the public interest entity post-implementation review, given the progress on the IESBA's project. They did note that there, due to the limited resources on the IESBA side, that a suggestion was made on limiting the scope of these post-implementation reviews, and also suggesting prioritizing the projects based on their impacts as well as their materiality. On just other overall comments that was received was this is a very ambitious work plan, and noting the limited resources, this was also discussed when we did the strategy and work plan itself. And also a lot of the members commended the collaboration between the two standard setting boards. So 2024 has been a big year. And with that, it doesn't end with this meeting in December with a lot of project rolling over into 2025. So noting that the sustainability and use of experts are up for approval in a day and a half, as just mentioned, that there will be focus on the 2025 for the adoption implementation of these standards in developing the guidance as well as support material. On the firm culture and governance, this topic is coming in tomorrow on the agenda with the report that's up for being provided to the board with recommendation. Suggestion was this two projects, the standard setting as well as development of non-authoritative material. The suggestion that that's already starting in Q1 of 2025. The collective investment vehicles, pension funds, and investment company complexes project was the first staff-driven project of the IESBA. During the September meeting, the board approved the issuance of a consultation paper that would come to the board in March, with expecting the final report during the course of 2025. There's also various other ongoing projects on the IESBA's agenda. One of them that's on the slide is the technology working group that will continue monitoring based on the 4 pillars in the terms of reference, as also collaborating, continue with the IESBA on their project with their technology position statement that was approved earlier this year as well. Others that's not included on the slide is the Emerging Issues and Oversight Committee that's monitoring emerging issues out currently in the profession. Significant outreach will continue, as well as the development of non-authoritative material. Jeff, I can hand over to you.
Thank you, Sean. Before we move to perhaps what next, the remaining 3 years of the strategic period, perhaps I'll just pause here to see if the board has any comments to the ongoing projects or indeed the SAC members' comments to our SWP or strategy and work plan. Okay. Perhaps I'll just add that as when the board was finalizing the SWP last year, the board agreed as part of the finalization to conduct a mid-cycle strategy review at the end of 2024, which is where we are now. I know it's not quite actually the mid-cycle of a 4-year plan, but it's important that we do this because of we knew by then that sustainability is finishing up, and it will give us a chance to then perhaps have a better understanding of what resource that may be available from 2025 onwards. And I will also add that I guess at the end of towards next year, we will need to start thinking about the SWP for the next strategy period. So the board will have a chance to again look at where we got to at the end of next year. So with that, we will look at the work streams, the work plan for the remainder of the strategy period, particularly focusing on 2025, which is next year. So the planning committee had come together in November as part of the discussion. The planning committee spent quite a fair bit of time talking about the work plan for 2025. Just as the planning committee was essentially the working group for developing the SWP, they are also the working group for looking at this mid-cycle review. So on the screen there are 4 new work streams that were due to commence in 2025 in accordance with the current SWP. The first one is developing independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements not within the scope of the IIS in Part 5 of the code, in short, which is called sustainability independence. And the second one is exploring extending the impact of the code to all preparers of sustainability information. The third one is the role of CFOs and other senior PAIBs. And the last one is post-implementation review for NOCLA. So these 4 work streams were marked out in the SWP to commence in 2025. And as the planning committee come together to discuss whether in terms of looking at resource, looking at where the sustainability and expert projects are at, and stakeholders' feedback, and have made some suggestions in terms of making some changes to that plan. So I'll walk through those with you. And it's also briefly explained in the cover note of the agenda paper of the agenda item as well. In terms of the first 2 work streams that are on the screen, there, both of them essentially a part of the board's strategic focus on extending the impact of the code. So the board would recall that under that strategic focus, there are these 2 work streams. The first, and the board agreed to of course, take a phased approach as well. Just finishing up with the current sustainability project and with the scope of the sustainability project. Under the first work stream, which is the sustainability independence work stream, the PC is of the view that it should commence in 2025 as planned. Because essentially this work stream will allow the IESBA and allow this board to meet its commitment to develop profession agnostic standards for all sustainability insurance engagements. And so, because as we know that under Part 5, some sustainability assurance engagements in terms of independence is not covered by Part 5. And so, with that, we ask those who are professional accountants to follow Part 4B, and those who are not, and we encourage them to follow Part 4B. And the plan is always that we have, as we discussed yesterday, is to have a separate work stream to look at, allow the board to then consider how the code should be enhanced, whether it's revising Part 4B or developing, I guess, a Part 4B equivalent in the new Part 5. So to ensure all independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements are addressed in the code in a profession agnostic manner. So as I've said, the PC's view is that this should continue. This should commence in 2025. The other work stream I want to just draw to the board's attention is the post-implementation review of NOCLA. We've heard, of course, in earlier discussions and even with the SAC, there is a sense of urgency in terms of commencing this work stream in 2025. The NOCLA standards were released in 2016 and became effective in July 2017, which means that by next year or by mid next year, this standard would have been effective for around 8 years. So it's a long time since it's become effective. So it's really well overdue for a post-implementation review. And we've also heard, the importance of these standards as well. We also know that some PAO groups, certainly in Asia, are already collecting some information on the adoption of NOCLA, and so it's good timing for us to start. And Ken has mentioned earlier that there's a few things that we need to consider when we are looking at this post-implementation review. We need to, of course, look at the adoption of this standard and the implementation of this standard. If they're not being adopted or not being adopted in full, the reason why. And then, of course, we need to look at the standard itself. Because, as we have identified today in the Workstream 2 discussions, there are things that we purposely didn't change because we felt that the Workstream 2 felt that, and the board agreed, that it's better to address these issues holistically under this post-implementation review. So this is quite a big piece of work. It was a big project for the board, and it will be a big post-implementation review. And so I think it's important that when we start, that we need to get the scoping right, and to make sure that within the time frame that we have, that we review every element. That the board needs to agree on the scope effectively. So that's important. And of course, as I mentioned, and Jean has mentioned earlier, the SAC have also recognized the importance of starting this work stream as planned as well. So the work stream on sustainability independence and on NOCLA, the PC, if I could repeat that again, is of the view, is recommending to the board that we commence these 2 work streams in 2025. Then the planning committee is also proposing some changes to the work plan in 2025. The first one is in terms of the work stream on exploring extending the impact of the code to all preparers of sustainability information. The planning committee is recommending to the board that we postpone the commencement of this work stream to 2026. And whilst recognizing that it is part of the board's strategic focus of extending the code's impact, there is no regulatory core in that sense for professional agnostic standards on preparers of sustainability information. And as the board has recognized and the PC again discussed that this work stream will require quite extensive outreach with a broad group of stakeholders. And also a very important point is that we should give it some time for this board to assess perhaps the stakeholders' reactions to our sustainability and perhaps the use of external expert standards first before we start this very important work stream. And as we've heard the last few days, that we need to have some potentially need to have some monitoring mechanism to look at the adoption and implementation and see, what sort of feedback we're getting from our stakeholders. So with that in mind, the planning committee felt that it's strategically, it would perhaps more beneficial if we don't start this work stream in 2025 at this stage, but push that back to 2026. So give us at least a year to allow also the sustainability standards and the use of external expert standards to then go through that rollout process for at least the first 12 months. Then the next proposed change to the work plan is on the role of CFOs and other senior PAIBs. The planning committee is still recommending this work stream to commence in 2025. Recognizing the importance of this work stream, even with the sustainability projects, we've heard that really the CFOs and those in organizations, those with senior roles, they are really at the first line of defense, and it's really important that we look at it, and that's why, of course, as a board, that we have also looked at, that we have also revised parts 2 of the standards to make sure that it also addresses sustainability reporting. So the planning committee is starting to recognize that this is an important work stream and it should commence as planned in 2025. However, the planning committee have also considered that there is a need to really look at and understand, I guess, the full picture of the changing and developing landscape of the role and offices of the CFOs and senior finance executives. Now, initially, in the SWP, the board had agreed that this work stream will focus really solely on PAIBs, recognizing of the phased approach that the board had taken for sustainability. And therefore, the initial thinking was that let's just focus on PAIBs, look at what we can change in part 2 of the code, for instance, with respect to CFOs or senior PAIBs, and then we can perhaps consider it more broadly to those who are not professional accountants in business. However, the PC, as they were discussing this in November, recognized that there are actually quite a large contingent of CFOs who are not PAIBs. And so, but they are potentially facing very similar challenges. There are a number of jurisdictions, many of the CFOs are not in fact PAIBs. So we would miss out on perhaps getting a full picture. And even if they face the same kind of challenges as those who are PAIBs, it gives us the assurance that whatever we're looking at is essentially, in different jurisdictions or perhaps in larger or smaller companies, that the challenges may be the same or different indeed. So we want to have, the PC felt that it's important that we look more broadly in the information gathering. The PC also recognized that, that under part 2 of the code, there are already a lot of very robust standards on how to address specific ethics issues. We have sections as we've gone through some of those in terms of from workstream 2 on conflicts of interest, inducements, NOCLA, pressure, and of course, we have the tax planning provisions coming up, and I'm sure we will then approve also the use of external experts provisions in Part 2 of the code. So there is a lot of really, I would say, useful guidance for those who are in business at this stage for professional accountants. So the planning committee felt that we should look more broadly, because as we look into this, there may be things that we could do in terms of really promoting Part 2 of the code to a broader community of CFOs or finance executives. And then as part of this work stream, the board can then also look at whether there are any gaps in the code that we need to address in terms of in terms of the particular ethics challenges that are faced by CFOs or those in finance positions. So that's what we look at. That's why the planning committee felt that it's important that not to limit certainly the information gathering to only those who are PAIBs, professional accountants in business. And so what the planning committee is recommending is that to commence this work stream in 2025 as planned, but broaden the initial information gathering to include non-PAs. And then as we look at how we could address some of these ethical challenges, then we can look at perhaps for instance, you can do non-authoritative material that can impact not just those in PIBs, but the broader, I guess, group of professionals who are CFOs, and also look at, and then we are looking at refining the standard or addressing any gaps in the standards. Then at that time, the board can look at, okay, do we first look at PAIBs and then extend that out to those who are non-PAs, or we're going to look at the same time. And of course, there's a recognition that as we go out to gather information, some of that information will be relevant to the work stream on the opportunities or exploring the extending the impact of the code to preparers of sustainability information as well. Because of course CFOs invariably would be involved in sustainability information reporting as well. And then the board can then perhaps look at some of these two things concurrently and look at how we can address it and how we could impact the non-PA community. So these are the two changes that we want to bring to the 2025 work stream. Again, just to repeat, continue with the NOCLA. If I could just bring a couple of slides back. Continue with commencing the NOCLA implementation review in 2025, and also the sustainability independence, those outside the scope of Part 5 and that work stream, but to I guess postpone the commencement of the sustainability preparers work stream to 2026, and then commence the role of CFO work stream in 25, but expand the information gathering to all to non-PAs as well. I'm gonna pause at this slide here, and I'll just explain the timeline, and I'm gonna pass it to Gabriella and Ken and see if they want to add any comments before we keep moving. So with that in mind, if you look at the work stream for what we're looking at in terms of timeline for 2025, of course, sustainability and use of using the work of external experts, those two projects, they will be on the rollout stage in 2025, and we're expecting that will go right through for the first 12 months. And so that will be continuing, and that will, of course, take some resources from the board and from staff as well. And the CIV work stream, we were looking at approving the consultation paper in Q1, and then a full review of the responses in Q3, responses on the consultation paper, and then a final report and recommendations in Q4 2025. And firm culture, we'll discuss that tomorrow, and China will be leading that discussion. And then in terms of NOCLA post implementation review, and also the sustainability independence and CFO. We are looking at starting all these in Q3, recognizing in terms of the first 2 quarters, there will be a fair amount of resource that we'll need, certainly for the rollout of the 2 new sets of standards, as well as for firm culture, we will discuss tomorrow. Hence, that we've kept that the PC felt that it's better, it's appropriate to only start discussion and information gathering, fact finding in Q3 for the 3 new work streams. And as I've mentioned just now, in terms of the preparers of sustainability information, the PC has recommended that we are commencing that in 2026. So perhaps Gabrielle and Carol, just pass it to you and see if you want to add any comments.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. I'll try to be brief, but I think that for the discussion to be meaningful, there is something else that I need to bring to the table. First, on resources, nothing is independent from the resources that we will have to address all this. And secondly, probably the board has already heard about this many times, but it's time to get aware that we are in a transition phase. And we are transitioning to a new model of work, which was recommended, to say the least, by the monitoring group, and should be completed by this year, which is the transition to the staff-driven model, which means that in the future there will be no task forces as we go. Or the new work streams will, in principle, unless something happens, not be based on the model of task forces, which means that we will need more resources at the staff level. This does not mean, and we will have time to speak about this at all, that the board will not be involved in the work, will be involved in a different way, in a more strategic way, in a more inclusive way, and in a more agile way, because it means that the staff will be leading, but the decisions and the calls and the determinations will be made by this board. We will, of course, be pivoting because we need to see how this works better. We have already a project which is being developed under the staff-driven model. In the future, it will be like that. There will be different models within the different projects depending on the needs and on the nature of the projects. We will find ways for each one of them, and one of the conversations will be already tomorrow on firm culture and governance, but this is definitely the direction. And of course, the staff will have to be responding to these needs in a different way, because it is not supposed that in the future the board members will be doing the job, putting their hands, making their hands dirty in doing the drafting and doing all these things that they have been doing now. We want the idea is that the board is going to become more strategic, so it's be kind of more on the guidance, the thought, and the orientation, less on the job, so to speak, the technical job. This is the first thing that I would like to add, because we have to have this into consideration when we make decisions in terms of priorities, in terms of timelines, and all these things. Secondly, one thing that I'd like also to put forward for consideration is the phase of this project, which is the IESBA project, where we are, and if we want to keep on at the same pace, or we want to do something a little bit different, at least in 2025, which is not to stop at all. This is not a word, but to consolidate the good things that we have done. And I think for me, this is important. I think that I sent you an email where I mentioned that I think it's time to consolidate. We have been moving very, very fast, innovating a lot, as we have already mentioned. Stakeholders are making comments on the number of standards that were developed over the last years, not just when I was already here, but before, but they are starting to get effective now, so they are feeling the pressure of all this. And it's not because we want to give everyone a lazy life or an easy life. It's because really these things have to be consolidated. And there is another idea that I have already mentioned this week, but I will insist in that idea very much over the next times, which is to make the best out of the very good things that we have already done. I'm sure that the Firm Culture and Governance project will do it in some ways, because part of the Firm Culture and Governance, the code already has the material to make it happen. So it's about raising, it's about making it fit into the needs and etc. Raising awareness and all these things. But I think it's really time to consolidate a lot of things, namely sustainability for sure, and here the adoption and implementation project will be determinant. With respect to the concrete proposals, well, the proposal to delay the project on preparers, extending the scope of the code, whatever you want to name it. The proposal is there for discussion, and nothing is written on the stone. So this is here for discussion. We are not presenting something that we have decided, but I think that Jeff told you about the reason why, and the reason why. Well, there is one argument that I mean, is there, and it's one argument. There is not a regulatory call for that, but sometimes standard setters and policymakers have to drive the call. So this is per se not a reason to delay, but I really admit, and you know how much I invested in this idea. It's not that I don't believe in this idea; I truly believe, but because I believe, I think that we need to make the steps in a very robust way to get where we want to go. We made the first step with sustainability assurance with a professional agnostic, non-PAs and etc. Let's see how it goes. Let's consolidate, as I say, and not move too fast. While if you have a different idea, I'm completely open to discuss and to take a different approach. And the idea of enlarging this, not the scope for now, but the information gathering on CFOs to take the information from the non-PAIBs. I think this is, as Jeff said, a little bit obvious, thinking about the number of CFOs who are not accountants. And this is probably the first thing that we will have to do, is to be sure about this reality, how many of them are accountants, and then based on that information and not afterwards, see how impactful what we can do in this area can be. I'm not saying that if the number of PIBs who are accountants is short, we should not do anything, but we should have that in mind from the start to see how this can be impactful also for the others, or have a potential of being adopted by others or influencing or whatever. I don't know, but I think we need to move forward based on very concrete and clear information about who we are addressing, what's the potential of impact that we are making, and these things. So, and there is another topic which is not there, but I have to mention it, which is tax. The rollout, I don't know if we still at the time where I should speak about rollout, but the ethics standards for tax planning are making their own way, which is amazing, because we don't have the time, we don't have the hands for that, but we are not ourselves pushing that much for that to happen, and it's happening. We are being requested for very important, significant, representative presences in different places. Started in Australia, the European Commission, the European Parliament, the United Nations, etc. And it's because of the ethics standards and the no-CLAR, and this is all linked. It's also going to make its way, I'm sure. So I don't think that we should just think that everything has been done on tax. I think it's a terribly important and significant standard, which is making a lot of impact, and we are not even having the time and the capacity to realize the impact that this is making. And when I said earlier today that no-CLAR is going to, I suspect that there will be some external incentives for that to become more relevant. Of course, there is a lot of noise about this no-CLAR and related to whistleblowing. It's not the same thing, but the idea is more or less the same. It's the importance of communication to make sure that the authorities or whoever are able, or people or organizations are able to address the problems early enough. But just for you to know, of course, I don't have the opportunity, and I don't want to tell you about all the outreach initiatives and moments where I have been. But by coincidence, I was invited for an initiative by the UN, because of the IESBA and because of the IESBA standards. It's not because of Gabriela or whatever, it's because IESBA and the IESBA standards, and because of other interventions that we have been making in other places. And the United Nations are extremely interested, very much interested in this idea of addressing the ones who can make a difference in terms of driving corruption, money laundering, fraud, these kind of things. Of course, not in a negative perspective, in a positive perspective. Lawyers, accountants, etc. How can we make sure that they help driving the money flow into the right direction and not in the wrong direction? And they are looking at our standards, our ethics standards on tax planning, first thing. Second, on the standards on no-CLAR. This is going to be, if anything, a very slow path, or not that slow, because there will be something in 2025 which will define more or less a few lines of work and direction. But I suspect that from here, from the European Parliament, from etc., there will be incentives for these two areas to develop. We were in Canada, Ken and I, a few months ago, which was a very reluctant country in respect to no-CLAR, right? And I was not here, but that's what I was told. And what we saw was very clear signs of clear interests on no-CLAR and the From Culture and Governance project as well. And they are not disconnected because they are all connected. So this is, for me, the demonstration that our strategy and work plan 24-27 is logical, is consistent, and everything is connected, but that there is a lot of potential in things that we have already done, like no-CLAR, like tax, and etc., that we should not miss. We should use some of our resources and some of our capacity in making sure that these good things make all that we use all the potential in these good things that we have already done to make them, to activate them, and this means a lot of resources and etc. But we should not forget, of course, looking at the future, but looking at the future, bringing the back with the things from the past, the recent past, and the not at recent past. And I'll stop here, but I wanted to add these considerations to the discussion, and yeah, give you the floor. Ken, do you want to add anything?
No, I think much has been said already, and I'd much rather that we open the floor now to hear from the board, because we've already spent 45 minutes just setting the scene. So let's have the board discussion.
Perhaps Ken and Gabriella, if we can just finish this one last slide on 26, 27, just to round that up. So in terms of 26, 27, we have a few other work streams that lined up. Of course, we have a few independence-related work streams, so business relationships, and again, also audit firm, audit clients relationships. So business relationships is due to start this fact finding in 26, and audit firm, audit client relationship due to start in 2027. And then we have quite a few post-implementation reviews due to commence Long Association Phase 2 restructure code due to commence in 26, and the other post-implementation reviews on NAS, non-insurance services fees, public interest entity, and ETGA. These are due to start in 2027. Just to let the board know also that we will, as the two boards will look at how we can do post-implementation reviews. We'll look at the process a little bit more closely and how we're going to do them, and so we have a more structured way and going forward. So this will be looked at certainly and initially by staff from the two boards on post-implementation reviews. So with that in mind, we want to get the board's feedback, of course, on what we've discussed. So I'm going to hand it back to Gabriella, and we'll ask the board for your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And I'll open the floor for the discussion. And Sungnam, I think you were the first one.
Thank you very much. I'm very supportive of what's proposed by the PC. I understand PC has considered all important factors, urgency or STEM resources in making the proposal. So I'm very fully supportive. And I have one question regarding NOCRA PIR. I believe this NOCRA issue has the implication on auditing standards. So I'm wondering if we are gonna do the PIR on our own, or are we gonna in coordination with IWSB in doing the PIR? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to this, Sonam. At the moment, the plan is for IESBA, for this board, to undertake the post-implementation review. To my understanding, the IWSB does not have in its strategy and work plan a slot for a post-implementation review in relation to its standardized at 250, for that matter, consideration laws and regulations in an audit. That said, we can certainly explore that with them to see if there would be appetite to coordinate efforts in relation to the work that we're going to undertake on nuclear.
Okay, thank you, Sonam and Ken. Sorry, I think it was Yohei, the next one.
Thank you, Chair. So my point is, I support the proposal to delay the start of the sustainability preparers project due to the resource constraints. Resource should be allocated on current sustainability standards on a priority basis. As many board members mentioned that either for the monitoring and addressing schemes, I believe that this is one of the important stakeholders' expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as Yohei mentioned, I think on the sustainability part will require quite a lot of resource for quite a period of time. So I think we should be aware of that. But I think these other projects are also priority. So I think the proposal from the PC is reasonable. I think yes, well, we'll need to do more outreach activities more than now because this agenda we need to talk to many people who are non-PAs because the what the IESBA is doing is quite expanding. So while I think it's reasonable to extend the preparers to the 2026, like when we go to the CFOs to talk about CFO roles, probably it might be effective or efficient to ask their view about preparers as well. So while extending the preparers to 2026, I think we should bear in mind that that's there. And we can ask preparers' view or the CFO's view on that topic when we go do the outreach activities for CFOs and such kind of. I think it's good to think about the efficient, effective way, the communication with the people who are non-PAs going forward. Thank you. And the other thing I want to mention is about technology, which I think we will do the discussion on Q1 and Q3 next year. But as you know, IWSB has prepared that postured statement. And I'm still not clear what the IESBA is intending to do for the technology one. At least I think we need to be clear what our purpose for technology is and what the goal for that will be in soon rather than talking it later. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. I don't know if this is the time to respond to Tomoyo on technology, but I think that probably, yeah, we'll come back to that. Okay. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A lot of these sound very intriguing. I won't be here for them, so I think you ought to double the scope of all those projects. The one that I'm responding to is the CFO one. I think is very interesting because definitionally, a CFO, forgetting our strict definition of a PA being a member of a whatever. But definitionally, a CFO has many PIB skills, or they're certainly skill adjacent in terms of the entire thing that they do, adjacent to what a professional accountant does. So I think this work stream could definitely add some important public interest value to that. If perhaps there's outreach on like a skills matrix, what a CFO does, and then to focus the efforts on those that have the most either integration or overlap and the public interest. And I think it also transcends the PI space. I think it also is important for SMEs as well. And if there is a concern about the fatigue in our usual suspects, this is maybe a newer area that hasn't really received the benefits of the work of this group. So I think it might at least not suffer, if that's the right word, from that aspect of fatigue. But I mean, if I was king of the world, then I would say that CFOs, especially for public companies, ought to be CPAs, public and professional accountants, PAs. And so I think we have a lot to add to that, to the CFO area. In integrating our fundamental principles into the operationality of the CFO space. And again, I think it's a PI and SME area. And then finally, with regard to the last one you had on another slide about the audit firm, audit client relationship, I wanted to ask, is this the one that includes how the audit firm calls the entity being audited, whether they refer to them as the audit client or the reporting entity? Okay, good, because that's one that, I've mentioned in the past that I think is very important, that orientation of the entity being audited as the client, or really is the client the stakeholders. And I know that also is not just that's a view that's expressed otherwise. And I think last year or the year before, even the chief accountant of the SEC had mentioned that they were going to look into some rulemaking with regard to that. So I certainly would encourage that one to stay on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Mark, please.
Thank you. There's a lot in there. And I think all of the proposals are good proposals, and I think have the ability to advance the public interest further and address some important issues. I really welcomed your comment, Gabriella, about consolidation. And I think the one thing missing from this presentation is what is already in the pipeline. As you said, tax planning is rolling out. Touch wood, we will have sustainability rolling out. We will have use of experts rolling out. There are other big things that are being digested by the sector at the moment. And on one hand, it's really good that this board is ambitious and is grabbing its public interest mandate. On the other, we do need to think about the ability of the sector to continue to digest further big changes in the code. So I say that not because I think that any of the proposals that the planning committee has put forward should be pushed out further or should be knocked off the list. But I do think it's important that we can demonstrate to our stakeholders that we've carefully considered the level of activity that we are causing through changes to the code, done for very good reasons, but actually looked forensically at our forward proposals to make sure whether actually they're all digestible. Because sometimes in order to get things right when you implement a standard, it takes a bit of time. It doesn't happen right from the outset. And I would really encourage that to be part of the ongoing dialogue about how our forward plan develops. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. And you're right, you're on point, because this is exactly what I had in mind when I was speaking about consolidating. It's not only about giving our stakeholders a little bit of a break to digest and, as you say, and process all this, but also for us to make sure that, again, we make all the best out of what we have already done. Doesn't mean that we are not going to do anything else, but looking at the projects in the pipeline, that doesn't mean that all of them will result in a big standard being added to the code. We may need to add something. There may be something, but it may just mean for some of them that we will issue NAM, or it may mean that we will create awareness about how the existing standards apply to some concrete situations. And above all, I think that we have to, going forward, be careful about the complexity, dimension, and these kind of things, because we see that this is creating some concerns. So absolutely, but I think that the adoption and implementation work stream and everything that we will do in that area will very much help in that respect. Now, it's not time yet to think to speak about how this is going to work in practice, but it's something that I'd like to make clear from now is that the task forces for the 3 projects will be kept alive for the time being. Sustainability, the task force on sustainability and experts, to make sure that the rollout, the production of materials, and etc., together with adoption and implementation. But it's not possible to disband them now, so they will be kept alive for some time. Thank you, Mark. Amarjit, please.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I kind of support all the work streams which are indicated in the paper. So this reads well. This sounds exciting also. I had a couple of general comments for future, and I would put them in 3 categories. So one is that, and I think, Gabriela, you mentioned one very important piece, that is the resources. So this paper is not so sharp on the resource allocation. So going forward, if we can have more discussion around that. And just to illustrate what I'm trying to say, see, in the final analysis, the test of effectiveness of what this board is expected to do would be, as you mentioned earlier, would be how well are those standards implemented on the field, how they are adopted. So apart from standard setting, I think there are many other pieces which become strategic, which is implementation, which is your advocacy, raising the profile of IESBA, outreach, consultation. So all these strategic activities, I'm just wondering if it is feasible for this board to think some sort of resource allocation around these activities. Let's say I will devote, hypothetically, 20% of my resources at any given point of time would be devoted to implementation monitoring, 10% on advocacy. I'm just giving a very illustrative breakup. So can we think in those terms, in terms of developing a resource metrics around various strategic activities? So that is point 1. Point 2 is can we make our, when you do this kind of review, either midterm or full term, can we have more sharp matrices around which we measure ourselves against? We have a good annexure. I looked at it, which gives the KPI and the status against the KPI, which reads well. But can we make it better? Can we make it more sharp in terms of, let's say, again, thinking of the curve, if we delivered certain standards, what was the level of consultation done? What was the level of outreach done before we delivered the standard? Can we have some numbers around that? And finally, standard setting, the third point I wanted to make. Standard setting is very, very important. But what happens typically is it happens in 2 ways. One is there is a demand for standards. And for example, the sustainability project is very exciting because there is a demand for those standards. But very often we find as a regulator, the market development front runs rule making or front runs standard setting. And we're always lagging behind, which is not, a so exciting, and because you are trying to catch up and trying to chase something. But the point I'm trying to make, if we can pick up more projects where we are, if not ahead of the market, but at least not behind, at least in good tune with what is happening in what is playing out in the market. So there, to my mind, this technology working groups work, we need to look at it very carefully, and maybe I suspect there would be demand for sustainability standards around the implications of technology as it plays out in the financial world. So that would be a good area to keep track of and pick up some nice project going forward. I'll pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amajit. Well noted. On the last one, that's exactly what what I meant when I said there was not a regulatory call for a certain project. Sometimes we have to be ahead because the fact that we don't see a problem doesn't mean that the problem will not explode at some point, and then we will say, well, we should have done something. So it's that kind of thoughts that I think we should also add to this, of course, limited by the resources, which is, of course, a reality. David.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really happy to hear that the regulators, my peer regulators in the room, are also suggesting that we take a bit of a breath, because I think the amount of change that we're putting out in the market very shortly, coupled with what's been done by other standard setting bodies, is actually significant. And I think we need to allow preparers, regulators, and others a chance to understand what it really means to embed it and to apply it. So I would say when it comes to standard setting, as we look forward a little bit, whether it's a year and a half, we're very careful about how much of it we do, because I think we'll end up creating fatigue if we're not careful. So I would echo what's been said, and really we need to breathe a little bit on the standard setting side and focus on making sure that the 3 good pieces of work that hopefully will pass on Thursday really get embedded, because I think that's going to be a mountain of work on its own. So that's one thing I would say just around the standard setting. The second piece I would say, and it probably won't come as a surprise to any of you, I'm massively supportive of the CFO project. To the point that was made a little bit earlier by Andy, surprisingly, many CFOs are not professional accountants. They perhaps have an undergraduate degree, perhaps a graduate degree. In some countries, they actually rotate between functions, so they don't necessarily even have finance training. I think the space is probably more dynamic than people might imagine. So I think when it comes to the CFO work, I think this is a huge area where we can have a positive impact, because it is the first line of defense in everything we do. The regulator is not the first line of defense. They're probably the 3rd or 4th. The assurer is the 3rd, and so on. So I think it's good that we focus on that first line of defense now, and we invest some effort. With respect to that particular function, so just to make you aware, and Jeff, probably a note for you as well, there's some work going on in Europe at the moment, and it's the CEN, which is the European standard setting body. They've actually got a project that they've just initiated looking very specifically at the roles, responsibilities, skills, and competences of CFOs. I happen to be part of the AFNOR work group, which is the French standard setter, who is a member of the CEN body. So this would be one avenue that we should think very carefully about how we coordinate this effort. And I think the other thing on the CFO side, I agree with what Tomoyo said. I think we can think very strategically and cleverly about when we do some outreach, how do we potentially start getting some information for other initiatives? We don't have to frame it that way, but we can at least start to use the time efficiently. And I think we can probably do some outreach, which I can share, Jeff, with you as well a little bit later and perhaps offline, where I think we can do some outreach to start doing information gathering without there being a significant resource. I think I'm back in business. Without there being a significant resource commitment from the board or the staff. There are ways we can do that and start data collection and start thinking about then how do we want to structure this project. So I just wanted to share those insights so we can leverage where there are some levers to leverage and where we can do some work, but really encourage, let's breathe on the standard setting side and let some of these things start embedding themselves. I think that would be really helpful to the market and to preparers as well.
Thank you, David. And yes, on the CFO, we know already that many of them are not PAIBs. We found out, actually, I think that this board already had that notion, but it became clearer when we started this project on sustainability. For instance, in Japan, Tomoyo, we will confirm what I'm going to say, but what we were told is that CFOs are not, and preparers are generally not accountants, and most of the times. And it's exactly because they like to rotate people in between functions. I think that in Germany, Jens and Jens, am I wrong? They are not CFOs and preparers are not accountants.
There might
Professional
be,
accountants.
there might be, but they are not regularly. So it might happen.
Might happen, but might happen. So yeah, and I know that these discussions are taking place, and it's mostly about new role. And that's what we are speaking about of the CFO, which in many places are being required to be more strategic, more involved in the governance, more a different dynamic with CEOs and boards, and not just taking care of other things. And this brings this. Other things. So not the time to speak about it, but I think it's very interesting to understand that we need to do this research and this work before we start doing anything. Rania, please.
Thank you, Chair. So generally speaking, I'm definitely very much in support. I think as a general rule, it's always good, especially when we've been going at such a fast pace, to take a step back, consolidate, regroup, evaluate. I think that's, in full support of that. I have a few questions, though. First of all, although I know that, Jeff, you mentioned adoption and implementation, I don't see it in the proposed work streams here, unless I'm missing something for 2025, because I understood that it's going to be in there. So that's one. Secondly, in the recent discussions, there was a lot of talk about, monitoring and rethinking our protocols, capacity, and so on and so forth, especially in the context of IESA. My question is, where does that sit? Do you see all of this sitting in the adoption and implementation work stream? Do you see it broader? Do you see it only applicable in terms of like reconsidering or reevaluating our protocols, our agility, our responsiveness to the market, and how well our standards are being, received, implemented, etc.? Do you see this only applicable to IESA or sustainability, or across the board, especially given the speed with which we are? The market is having to deal with our standards and other as well. So that's my second question. And finally, my third question is, given the general sentiment of this proposal, why not also wait on sustainability and independence and push it to 2026, sustainability independence project? We're considering sustainability reporting to push it, and I understand the logic behind that. But why not also push sustainability independence to 2026, so that we take the time to see how IESA is received by the market and our stakeholders? So just a few questions.
Sorry, Rania, I think that there may be some misunderstanding. We are not, there is nothing on sustainability reporting. What we are saying is that the extension of the scope of the code, be it on sustainability or other things, is going to be postponed to 2026.
Yeah.
Sustainability independence is part 2 of the sustainability project, is to cover what, for instance, Begonia was mentioning that has not been covered in this first part of the project, which is the equivalent or adjusting part 4B, if you want, to sustainability. And this, what our stakeholders are telling us, is it's urgent. So it's not us. PIOB is saying it's urgent. IFAC already said the same thing. So they're in agreement about the urgency of doing this, and should be a relatively narrow or easy project, because it's basically, we know it all from what we have done on sustainability for part 4A, and then so it's going to be some amendments that we all need to make, but it should not be very resource consuming. We will not need to use a lot of resources on it. So it's not postponing that project. I understand your point, but I don't think it's difficult. It's difficult to respond to our stakeholders. Now this is not a priority. Let's put it for later. Well, on your second question about monitoring how we are going to do, it's definitely too early. I'm not able to respond you now. This was an idea that was born yesterday here at the table, and we will need some time and some ways of understanding how this is going to move. Now, if it's going to apply to sustainability or all the projects, again, it's too early, but I'd say that for now, it was raised for sustainability for very specific reasons, and then we can take the lessons and see if we can adjust it or use it for other purposes.
Yeah. So exactly, my question is, I understand that it's too early because it's just been, suggested. My question is, the thinking about it, the thinking through this and coming up with this, I'm assuming this should be something on the table for us in 2025, because that's I'm not sure if I'm right to assume that this is the case. And so who will be doing this thinking process? Is it a separate work stream? That's my question. Or is it going to be in the adoption and implementation? So
Rania, again, it's too soon. I mean, from yesterday to today, and this is something that this board has to agree. So we need to put forward a proposal for the board to discuss and agree upon. And as I said, I already had some proposals, but of course I can't say yes to the proposals immediately. So we need to.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if this is something that you believe should be on the table, or we believe should be on the table for 2025, then as we consider and agree the proposed work streams for 2025, that should be somehow factored in. That's is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, for sure, but too early today to say how we are going to do that. Ken.
And really, just to supplement to what's been said here about, to your point, Rani, about the board's responsiveness and flexibility to deal with issues that come up. We do have the Emerging Issues and Outreach Committee. That is the construct, that is the committee of the board that is in charge of monitoring developments in the external environment beyond just sustainability. So if there are any matters that would warrant the board's attention, it is for the IOC to come to the board with its analysis of the issue and its recommendation for any potential actions that might be warranted. So, but we do have a construct, in other words.
Okay. Thank you, Ken, and Begoña.
Thank you, Chair. Well, from the public interest perspective, the PIOB is supportive of this prioritization or ordering of the different possible projects for next year. You have a very full agenda. But in any case, we think that updating Part 4B in order to address the independence requirements for those engagements, sustainability engagement that have not been covered in Part 5 is important. It could be improving or modifying Part 4B or introducing Part 5B. This is up to you how to do it, but to establish a sort of level playing field, we think that's key. You already mentioned, Gabriela, thanks for taking that aboard. And also regarding the no-CLAR ordering, I already mentioned that. Also, my colleague Robert did it in the SAC observation that we think that no-CLAR peer is an important thing to be considered. So thanks for taking that into account. I would also add that within the CSRD, when we talk about governance includes detecting, identifying corruption, bribery. So this is in some way also related with that. So we are again close to sustainability. This is not so far. And then finally, the third project about the analysis of the CFOs. Frankly, I think it's important to know who are they and how the code can address their needs and how this could be also taken into account. So In sum, I think that this is a good decision you have made. The proposal of the planning committee that's in my view, a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Begonia. Don't see anyone else. Thank you very much for these very good and substantive contributions. If I may try to summarize, first, I think that there is an agreement for us to reduce the pace of standards development and setting and be a little bit careful. I think that there is an agreement on this objective of trying to consolidate what we have recently done and make the best out of what was already in the code through many ways, the adoption and implementation, the monitoring instrument that we will think how it could work, but also by other means, which is a lot of awareness raising, thought leadership, advocating for the standards, and there the board plays a critical role. And this is more and more what we will need. The board to take, to lift what we do and what we want to do up. And the example that you just mentioned about the possible connection with that European association or organization of CFOs, these kind of things, it's really important because it not only brings the IESBA to the places where it should be, but it also helps us moving with the right notion and understanding of how the market, the reality works. So I think these are the main, and the priorities proposed, I think that they are being well received. There are no specific comments about we should delay this or we should anticipate that. So I think that you are fine with that. On the CFOs, I see an agreement to at least collect information about who are these people and how much we can help the CFOs as a whole having a better support from the IESBA in doing their job, if I may say so. There is something that I think it's important. If we really move forward with this idea, well, let's stop a little bit. Let's give the part of our stakeholders at least some relief for some time, and let's consolidate and etc. There is a risk that there is a misperception about what the IESBA is doing and about what the IESBA is not doing. We are always criticized for doing too much and too less. This is natural. So we are now people are now saying you're doing too much. We are having difficulties in digesting, processing, incorporating, and etc. And next year we will be hearing probably you are doing too less. What are you doing, lazy people? You are not developing standards. No, I'm anticipating because we know how these things go. So it's important. I think that this takes a lot of very good communication about what we are doing and how we are doing and why we are doing. I'm thinking just an example. For instance, you know that IESBA and for instance, Vanya, I'm sure knows this very well. 1 year ago or so, they made a similar decision, said, oh, we are not going to move forward with the next phase because we need to consolidate. We need to care about adoption and implementation, etc. But let's not be naive. This takes a lot of very good communication, narrative, action, of course. It's not just saying that we are doing, we have to do, and we have to explain very well what we are doing. And here I see a role for board members as well, a very important role. Of course, we have to structure this communication, see how to better make it go out. But we need to be aware of that. We will be seen by stakeholders who will want to see next year after the sustainability thing and all this speed and etc. What are we going to do? And very soon the tide will turn and they will say, they are not doing anything. Where are the new standards? What are you doing? Which can very easily happen if we do not do the right thing in explaining that what we are doing, what we will be doing is at least as important as what we were doing in 2024, 2023, 2022, etc. So it's just a concern that I have of putting things in the right way and explaining them in the appropriate places and by the appropriate mechanisms. Ken, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And just on the topic of explaining and on the topic of consolidation as well, I'm going to join the two and connect those points to what Tomoyo has raised, which I indicated that we would come back to Tomoyo. Tomoyo, your point about technology, as we can all appreciate, technology is kind of the rhinoceros in the room. And AI is taking the world by storm. And believe it or not, this board has done a lot of work on technology. And hence the importance of consolidation and going back to what this board has done and speaking to all the important work that's been done in the code as well as outside the code. And believe it or not, we also have a working group on technology. And Tomoyo, my response would be to the very important point, very timely point you've raised is, yes, let us take this back to the technology working group and let us basically put this on the technology working group's agenda to revisit what the board has done and what importantly could be done relative to this idea of consolidation and explaining to stakeholders what IESBA has done in the area of technology and why those standards, the revisions that the board has made to the code are so critical when it comes to issues of use and application of artificial intelligence and what have you. So there's a lot of work to be done there, and we have a group that's just primed for this. I would say wait until we come back to this, and maybe even in the first quarter of next year.
Thank you, Ken. This gives me a segue. Well, I must confess that I'm not prepared today because we were not supposed to be speaking about this today to say everything that I need to say about the composition of the working groups and the calls for candidates and some finalized groups and etc. But here, since we're speaking about technology, I'm a very indisciplined chair, Ken, I know, but I think that's the best moment to say that we will be expecting candidates for the working group to join. So if anyone will be interested, please make us know. Can me, ask you, one of us, the three of us, because this is one of the calls that we are making to have more board members in this work stream, which is not a task force, it's a work stream with the mandate that you know, monitoring, connecting with the market, seeing if there is anything at some point that we need to know. But I would say, and request since now, creating awareness of the very good job that has been done by this board in terms of standard setting, and thought leadership pieces, which have been mentioned many times by many people. James, sorry, I don't know if you're waiting for a long time, but I hadn't seen your card.
No, I just came up and I just wanted to echo your final point. We've used relief. Let's take a bit of hiatus. If you actually look at your schedule, you've got about 4 or 5 standard setting projects. And so I think the narrative really is the board cycle of standard setting is at a point where we anticipate there's development work on new standards, but there's no anticipation of new standards becoming effective or being released within the immediate time, thereby giving our community relief. But we are active, and I'd probably say if somebody said, James, so you don't need a big budget next year, I'd say, no, I need more. This is a lot of substantive work, and this is standard setting work in the pipeline. So I think it's a very important narrative, and I think we are taking an observation that our standard setting cycle, which is very natural after the release of an intense work on a group of standards, is at a point where we are in the development stage, and it gives us, or at least our stakeholders, a natural opportunity where there will not be new standards coming into effect within a certain period of time, and that's what they need to know. So I just thought that may help the narrative, although our intentions are the outcome is a bit of relief. The only other observation I'd like to share in what we've exercised here, and I appreciate it, prioritization only works when you know what's the first thing you'll drop when you're in a crisis mode. And so you will know your prioritizations if you understand which of these on the list falls off because of pressures, because of uncertainties, because of a new issue. And I think we've just accomplished that. We've been rational in moving off non-time sensitive initiatives forward. I just ask you to keep that in mind, because over the next 2 years, we will have demands, uncertainties, surprises, emerging issues. And we should be able to pivot as we have today to reprioritize. In the back of your mind, each of us will probably have one. The challenge is when we want to keep them all going. And so if you know which one stops in the crisis, you'll have done your job of prioritization. So thank you very much. I think we've done a good job today.
Thank you, James. Anyone else wanting to speak? Jeff?
I was just gonna briefly add that what's not on this table that's been identified, of course, is the A&I working group that Ryan is talking about and the technology working group, but we also allocate resource to the general coordination with IESBA as well, in addition to the specific coordination we have within different projects. And of course, there's EIOC that we that will continue. And as we've mentioned, and board members have mentioned here, that we should be doing more outreaches, and that will continue. Of course, that may not be attached to specific work stream or project, but there will be outreaches that will take up some resource as well. And of course, development of NAMs as issues may come to our attention, that we need to do that perhaps is not within any particular project. So we need to take those into consideration as well in terms of resource allocation. Thanks, Gabriela.
Thanks very much, Jeff. I will just ask you for your attention for I'm going to share what I can share today about composition of the working groups, task forces, and etc., which will continue. And then tomorrow or after tomorrow, as we go, we will give the rest of the information, also based on the open calls that we will have for some of the groups. So the task force, the sustainability task force, will remain as is, with some differences. Jens Paul, who has very kindly agreed to join us over this year, 2024, after having finished his board membership, will not be able to continue. He has already gone much beyond the line of duty, and Jens will start a new position as president of Accountancy Europe. So it's already a lot on him, and probably not compatible with this role. But of course, we know that he will always be at the distance of a call if we need him, and we will need him not only in this camp, but also and mostly on other camps like tax planning. So Sustainability Task Force, Mark, I'm assuming that you will be available to continue, and China as well, even if with other responsibilities, and the staff will be the same, supporting, and the group will be the Christelle as well, assuming that you will be available, the task force, the staff, etc. So it's going to be untouched with this difference of Jens, and I very much thank you for continuing as it was planned for the rest of the year, helping with the adoption, implementation, preparation of documents, and all those things. With respect to the staff, of course, the staff will be a little bit more released, and they will take care also of other projects, but they will continue supporting these projects. And on the use of experts, same thing. It's going to continue untouched. Laurie will not be formally a board member after December, but she has very kindly agreed to continue supporting the group. So the group will be the same. Andy will not be with us. I have not had the opportunity to speak with Andy, but I suspect that he will also be at the distance of a call. And if you agree with staying as a member of the task force, we will be very happy to have you. And it's a way of, not letting you go both so fast. Now it's always difficult to see people go. So the others, I assume that they will be available to continue. So thank you very much, Luigi, Sadia, and staff. Then the liaison, the liaison with IESBA, the IESBA IESBA coordination will be assumed by Sadia. Thank you very much. Sorry. It's not Sadia, sorry. I'm sorry. I said I told you that I was not prepared. So Sungnam will be the liaison with IWSP IESA, right? IESBA?
Just generally, yes.
I knew that it was a risk to start this. So, and well, for the IFAC SMP advisory group liaison, we have Andy Minter, who will, as said, leave us. So Sadia will replace Andy. Now I said it right, and Sylvia will be supporting them, while Carla will be supporting Sunam with the IWSP IESBA liaison. For the PI rollout, again, Andy will not be there. So hoping that Sunam, Rich, and Luigi accept you would continue in this for this PI rollout. We will see. We will open invitations for someone who may want to join this group of the for the PI rollout, and Laura will keep on supporting. Laura Leal will keep on supporting this group from the staff, overseen by Jeff. Tax planning and related services. Well, this is a matter of concern to me, and Ken knows it because I'm always saying that, because all the people who were involved in this task force are slowly slipping away. So we have Laurie leaving, we have Andy leaving, Jens already left, Sanjeev already left, and Chana is still with us, but he's involved in a lot of things. So I'm laughing, but this is not funny because we really need to have some robustness in this respect, and this is something that we need to think about very seriously, because we can't miss the opportunity of bringing these standards far. Carla will be supporting the rollout. Of course, Ken, who was also a critical board member, member of the task force, will also be there. But Ken, as you see and as you know, is everywhere. So we can't count on too much on Ken to do everything, and we need to split the effort between some of us. I've been doing a few things, but I'm not definitely an expert on this, although I'm very proud to disseminate this standard. So I think that we need to give it a little bit of more thought about how to reinforce this area, which is absolutely critical. Then from culture and governance, we will speak tomorrow. CIV is going to be like as it is now, led by Linda with John and Jan supporting from the staff, a staff-driven model project. Rich Husken has been helping the group as a board advisor, and if Rich would agree, we would of course welcome that he keeps on advising this group as he has been doing as a board advisor. Richard Fleck was also a member or advising this group, but Richard Fleck will not continue working with the IESBA next year, so we will not count on Rich Husken for this purpose. But I think that Richard Fleck, but Rich Husken will be with us and will continue being very helpful. On adoption and implementation, Amarjit as well, we will not make changes here. Amarjit, Sadia, Vania, Rania, and David, a very robust composition of board members from different backgrounds and geographies. Thank you very much for the great work that you have been doing, and we will continue with John. I don't know where is John, but John still supporting this group with Linda, also giving some support. And of course, in connection with the staff that will support the sustainability and experts task force, which means John, Laura, Cam, and Sylvia. So this is going to be a big group. Technology, I have already said, it will continue. The board members who are members of the task force, of the working group, of the work stream, will continue. And we are opening a call for expressions of interest to become members of this group, which is, as we saw, very much important. EIOC, Vanya will supposedly will continue with Rania and Amajit, but we are also looking for new board members for this group, which is really important. And with the strategic approach and direction that we are taking, it's going to be more and more important also because it will be looking to private equity investments, which is a very, very delicate, sensitive topic, but where everyone is looking at, and we are being systematically requested to do work on that space. So we need to be clear. We need to be sure that we will have the appropriate resources. And Rich will also act as a board advisor to this group. If we are abusing a little bit, I'm sorry, but it's your final year with the board, so we want to take everything that we can. I'm sorry. For the private equity. And I think that for now, it's all I had to tell you. And I will tell more probably on Friday after we have received expressions of interest for some of the groups. And we have refined here a few things that we still need to refine. Ken.
Yes, so just to recap again, there are expressions of interest for EIOC and the technology working group. So if there are any board members or technical advisors who would be interested in joining any one of those groups, if you could let Gabrielle or me know, ideally by the end of tomorrow, so that we have a bit of time to look at the expressions of interest and do some consultations with the planning committee and come back to the board on Friday. Secondly, in relation to the PI project, I just want to be clear again that this is not intended to be an indefinite assignment for board members who are involved or continue to be involved in this. I think it's Rich, Luigi, and Sungnam, because this is about tracking the IESBA's project on their PI track 2 and what's going to come after that. So it is really just going to be a bit of a monitoring function for that group for the time being anyway, as far as the direction of the IESBA's project is concerned. And in relation to the other projects, sustainability and experts in particular, those task forces or work streams that are continuing, essentially they're going to be playing a supporting role to the staff team as the staff gets busy developing the rollout, implementation support materials, FAQs, implementation guides, and so forth. And having the benefit of the board members who've been involved in the projects obviously will make a lot of sense, because then we can have the benefit of your insight as we're developing those implementation support materials. So really, I just want to be clear that we're not asking board members to commit to another 2 years of efforts beyond the rollout efforts. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Ken. And I'm sorry for this a little bit confused presentation, but I was, as I said, I was not prepared for this today. And we still need to tweak a few things here. Final information will be given on Friday after receiving the expressions of interest, having made decisions, and also on other things that I haven't mentioned yet. Maybe we will have to start thinking about other things, like Rania mentioned, how are we going to do this with the monitoring and etc. But I think we need a little bit more time, and probably by the start of the year, we will be in a better position to say something about it. And that's it. So I don't know if there is anyone who wants to say anything. We can speak about these groups, take it offline. If anyone has any question or any special desire or whatever, or any concern, and we'll get back to this on Friday.
Yeah, just want to, so workstream 1 is meeting in the green room. The experts task force, I believe, will be meeting right after that. I think it's experts is in the committee room, and I think workstream 2 might be in the orange room. I just want to really just flag to board members who are going to be involved in task force meetings. Oh, you're finished. Okay, good for you. Very effective. Very effective, indeed. All right, but otherwise. Thank you. That's great. Okay. Otherwise, for workstream 1 members, if you could just go to the green room. Workstream 1 is green. Green room. Oh, for you. Oh, is it orange room? Okay. Well, well, whichever it is, according to the advice.
So see you tomorrow, and we will start at 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you.